Now you fall down. Alright, we can do this. Oh, Chaunerus, good morning. Hello, hello. Oh, excuse me. A legit cheeky T-bird there. How you doing, friend? Puns? Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Sorry we're a touch late. As I was saying in Discord, it was simultaneously a little bit of tech issues. Everything's all fine. And a little bit of pebcac, let's be feckin' honest. It's been a long time since I've been in kind of like a...
Try on and ground coffee, where coffee truly is the lifeblood.
I mean... I've never been to the coffee fields of Colombia. There could be a slumbering old one under the Greater Seattle region. And you know what? I'd be fine with it. Oh, what's the downside of drinking too much coffee? Oh, I turn into some kind of frenzied beast? You should see me without it, mate. Bacon, thank you for the bits. Oh. Anyway, how are you doing, friends? I'm slowly getting up to speed today. Very much looking forward to getting back into Yharnam, though. I was pondering a lot about the Vicar battle from last week, which we absolutely raffle-stomped, and I'm still wondering, like, how we should potentially ration how much help I get from the squad. I mean, we didn't skip any detailed elements, and this is kind of a breakdown, but, you know, we took a very iconic fight and just beasted it. Oh, Lena, good morning, Watto, and hello. Well, we can chat about that.
Let's help wake Will up today with a bad pun. When is the most appropriate time to change a baby's diapers? The wee hours.
I mean, some would argue before or after would be ideal. And puns, thank you for the bits, friend. And Stepagen, Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. But yeah, we beasted... Yeah, we beasted the Vicar last time, so I think we're into the time skip now. Oh, we're into the advancement part. If I remember correctly, because we went back and we ruffle-stomped the witches, which was fun. Into the nightmare. Keldra, Watto and welcome. How you all doing, friends? Hello. You gotta wear your donut, baby boy. You don't chew your feeties off. The lad's taken to hiding in here when if he doesn't want to wear his donut. Well, Fearless, the lurk is sincerely appreciated. We're coming to the end of the heists arc. Because I think the last button is going to be available on the 12th, and from then was when we'll know whether or not we made it or biffed it. But sorry, no, the additional help of numbers go up is sincerely appreciated. Also, Chunras, I was going to discuss that with everybody. It's like, when do we want to go after the DLC? Like, because we probably want to do battle. We probably want to do everything except for what's his face, like that final fight. We are going for all three umbilicals, so we probably want to do DLC content before then. I mean, Wraith, I'll just settle for a couple of broadsides into the side of it, you know what I mean? Yeah. Hookshot and Mega Boss and Compliment Cap, I say, Watto and welcome, friends! How are you all doing? Come on in, friends. Come on in. You glorious mother huppards. Oh shit, Coleman Cat, did you bring some blood? Or was I meant to pick up some blood? Like I can go back to like Central Yarnum and pick some up. But we're very low here. Lena's saying doing the DLC before German's probably a good idea. That's what I was thinking, but I'd like to know your thoughts and feels, friends, because I haven't done the DLC. I had to sit and think about this the other day, and this will be the first time I'm having a crack at it. But on the plus side, it means you'll get to tell me a whole bunch of stuff I didn't know. And Hookshot, we're doing... I am here. Hello. Let's go for that. I think we've all reached this point now of surviving like the 2020 March, where when someone's like, "How are you doing?" you can say, "Yes." You can just say yes. Oh, drowning in good video game stuff, and a little bit sad that I missed out on the grand ending of the, or I should say, the season ending of the BMA, the Bureau of Multiversal Arbitration, that resulted in like a full-on live event. But thus is the curse of streaming for a living. I can't just, you know, throw everything to the wind and Sea of Thieves and careen off to the next thing. Wraith, tell me more about this man in a tower. Can I still make friends with him if I broke his fucking neck by throwing him off the pissing tower? Also, I wanted to listen to shanties this morning. Don't know why. That's just where I'm at. One thing that's been real fun. I have been using TikTok as an excuse to talk about Armored Core all morning, which has been great. I just put up like a little like AMA last night, and any question, I'm just going into as much depth as I can.
The grocery store checker asked me, paper or plastic? I told him, either. I'm bisexual.
I mean, the Welsh guy killed your joke, but bisexual, I think, is a good one. And thank you again, puns. You know what, Wraith, maybe that's how we'll do our playthrough of Bloodborne. Weekend at Bernie's it with Mr. Shooty Machine Gun, who didn't even leave a functioning machine gun for me to play with. But yeah, I will do my best not to just talk your ear off about Armored Core stuff, but if you have any questions about the series, I'm just doing like an AMA on TikTok just as an excuse to talk about it. Although I did look at the plot again, and it's so dumb and funny. The fact that it gets rebooted like every other game is feckin'... There's one timeline where a computer becomes the world president, and so everyone has to live underground, and they kill world president computer. There's one where everybody lives on Mars. That's the happiest one, because that's where people have like mech tournament battles for entertainment. There's 4 and 4 Answer, where countries get bought out by corporations with different either flying or walking cities. Forget about that one. Well, okay, Hookshot, ear talking was certainly. I just want to make sure it's not just Armored Core. Cannon in a military mech shooter? It's less likely than you think. Yup. Common Cap says we could just make this stream an Armored Core lore club. I wish that you could go into that kind of depth. Like, Armor Core? Armor Core. Honestly, I am just looking forward to all of the Dark Souls lore-obsessive people basically being presented with an impossible challenge. The #1 Armored Core streamer. That could be me. I doubt I'll have the money to do it, but I was looking at prices for getting Armored Core for Answer up and running, which is the Xbox 360 and PS3 release, and my personal favourite. And not just because I think White Glint is the most beautiful of mechs. But now that we've got like the PS4 set up here, turning this into a little like retro station's not a bad shout. You know, the other thing I've wanted to stream with you all is Metal Gear Solid 3, and the HD collection is on 360, and it's not that expensive. Lance was asking about the one with the crazy controls, the whole cockpit. No, that is... Oh, how am I blanking? It's the most iconic... Oh, apparently I just need more coffee today. I'm so sorry. They have a big event at every PAX. Steel Battalion, thank you, Wraith. I'm just horrendously undercaffeinated. Now, that is gorgeous, but that's an original Xbox, and unfortunately notoriously hard to get hold of. What breaks my little heart was that whilst I was working the game station in Staines, I held one of the sets in my hands, but we did not have the space, and at that time I was living with my partner's parents. Thanks, Recession. So I didn't want to show up and be like, hey, check out this gigantic box of stuff I just bought. That wouldn't have been fun. That would have been less than fun. But no, Steel Battalion is still one of the most...
Stop that incessant
Oh!
clicking.
J-Post, thank you for gifting a sub to Mr. Squarepeg. Did Squarepeg sneak in and I didn't say hi? Did? God, I'm getting slow in my old age. Squarepeg, Watto and welcome, and J-Post, thank you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! J-Post, thank you for gifting one to Lance as well. You feckin' legends. But yeah, like I said, we're probably going to end up having a little bit of a fun chortle when the Dark Souls lorehounds try and deconstruct Armored Core. It's going to be very entertaining. Sorry, J-Post said they got gifted a sub in another channel. Felt odd being on the other side. It does. It's a very, very... I still don't know how to process it, if I'm being perfectly honest. I still don't know how to, like, sit here and be like, here is an inordinate amount of support and coolness that everybody does on the constant. How do I process that? So I don't, and I just drink a lot. Lance was asking, favourite Game Awards trailer? That's not fair. Like, how does anything compare to Hades 2 for reveal? I did finally watch the Death Stranding 2 trailer, and I know that those trailers, especially like Kojima production trailers, are designed to mess with us. But like, I saw things in that trailer and I found myself going, "Don't you dare!" Don't you fucking dare. But yeah, Hades 2 wins hands down in that regard because it's the team that doesn't do sequels doing their first sequel. Oh, and Lagmeister, Watto and welcome. You're right. So, okay, let me give you some context, friends. So if you hadn't heard of it, Steel Battalion was an Xbox, as in classic Xbox, standalone giant robot game that came with a full, like, dual-stick control board with switches and light-up and pedals and the whole shebang. It did middlingly well in English-language territories. Did very well... actually, no, it didn't do very well in Japan, did it? It did all right. Kind of became an iconic piece of hardware and has been used in a myriad of different ways. There's quite a few individuals that have turned them into like music mixers or video mixers. At GDC, there's a wonderful little kind of co-op experience where you're in like a teeny tiny little mech pod box with like a headset on, while another person is walking you through how to control the mech in real time. It's real fun. PAX obviously has their big Steel Battalion setup, which is always grand. But it had a bunch of incredible little quirks. So, Steel Battalion had permadeath. If your pilot died, your save got reset. Now, you could avoid this by ejecting, but there came kind of like the risk-reward, that it might be possible for you to continue to battle and save the day, but you have to flick up the... sorry. Whee! We're talking about giant robots already. Yee! So long as you could eject in time before you got shot down, you're fine. But you physically had to lift up a little eject switch and mash the button to get out safely. If you didn't do that and you died, bye-bye, safe game. Bye-bye. Now, Lagmeister was bringing up the Battletech centers. I was in email contact with a gentleman who's been doing like some restoration and some improvement projects on a bunch of those. Who's been finding like a bunch of the Battletech pods and updating the graphics, making it compatible with more modern Battletech-based games. Unfortunately, I started talking to him at the beginning of 2020. So yeah, it's funny you mention that, Lagmeister, because it is something that I've been keeping a hawk eye on. Perry is saying that Remnant replaced Atomic Heart and Behemoth all had great trailers. I guess that's the downside of something like the Game Awards, is that if you do end up with these big, bombastic behemoths, it can be hard to gain visibility. If we want to later on today, we can do a bit of a deconstruct on some of those other trailers. I was getting ready to go to the charity event, so I was only able to catch a few. I got to see the Hades 2 reveal, which was just done artfully. And I've been catching up on some of the other trailers afterwards. Aperios, it was just you that missed it. The trailer said very, very succinctly that Vampire Survivors on mobile was free. And how the circle has complete. Naboohead, Watto and welcome. Lost Flowers! Watto friend, hello, hello. I'm curious as to Atomic Heart. I have this sinking feeling with Atomic Heart, but I will be happy to be proven wrong. From its original premise, it seems to have moved to be more of a AAA Bioshock-esque title than the initial kind of like weirdly unique little creation that it was in its early trailers. But it could still be good. I mean, the environment and the creature designs are still spectacular. But it's going to be interesting to see how that one unfurls. One thing that irked me something fierce was Not Aperios.
Viking 64 Disco 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 Viking.
I like how the Welsh guy just gets exhausted as he's going through. No, but Aperios, thank you for 37 months, you feckin' legend. No, what's really interesting is that Vampire Survivors is based on a mobile title called Witch Survivor, which you can still play. And it is weird and sketchy and indie as fuck. And Vampire Survivors going back around is fascinating because Vampire Survivors works because it's more visually cohesive, it's easier to understand. Like, if you want to get into Witch Survivors, you can create infinite builds because it doesn't have the same 30-minute hard time limit. But you have to know all the spells and all the unlocks and how they come together. It's a lot less clear in how it conveys the ideas to the user. Like, you need to go down some serious like Reddit wiki holes. So it's fascinating seeing it return. I guess the thing that cheesed me off today is, so Ken Levine's making another game. Ken Levine's making a not Bioshock called, oh god, it's got some generic ass name. And it looks okay. Like, Judas, that was it. And I saw some articles talking about the, like, can we get past the complaining about Bioshock scores? And it struck me that Bioshock Infinite was definitely a great example of what I'd call, like, the old media machine. Like, Bioshock Infinite was hyped up the wazoo for damn near a decade, and then got nothing but glowing reviews from everybody on launch. And looking back on it, like, no one was being overtly critical of its content or its themes or what have you. It was just, oh, new game by Ken Levine! The keen and enthusiasm overtook a lot of, like, the commentary at the time. And anyone who was a bit like, I'm not sure, got shouted down. And then we hit this interesting point about 2-3 months out from the launch of Bioshock Infinite, where people suddenly started going, wait a second, this is bad. Not mechanically, but like thematically and narratively. This is bad. And I thought that the re-examination of it was something that was really important. And it's something that is interesting to see, and I don't think we should critique people who actually took the time to stop and think about it. What we should critique was, you know, the system that resulted in hyped up to the wazoo reviews being nothing but heaping praise on something that really needed a bit more time to digest. I mean, Naruhoodie, you're right. Hype is a hell of a drug, and it's one of the strongest tools when it comes to games marketing and stuff like that. But Bioshock 2 had a very troubled development that doesn't get talked about a whole bunch, but it was not good. Bioshock Infinite was a painful, laborious, drawn-out development cycle with a game that changed quite a lot, and by my understanding, due to there being a very influential creative lead. And when we finally did get Bioshock Infinite, like, whether intentionally or unintentionally, it says a lot of things creatively that are really kind of gross when you stop and think about it. We talked about this a lot. You know, it's one of those examples of a game that can be good and fun, but can be artistically bad. And it's one of those things that Bioshock was quite often put front and center as one of the, you know, games is art in the AAA space, which I don't think is an unfair thing to say. But if you're going to be art, that means you're going to be judged as art. Anyway. Icarus will be... Judas. Icarus is the other one. Judas will be an interesting discussion point. Whether or not it ends up being free of a lot of the narrative constraints that kind of Bioshock had painted itself into, or what have you. I don't know. But, like, I forget what the last project Ken Levine was attached to, so this one could have been in development for a gajillion years. Lagmeister's like, and that's why I only play old video games. Oh, so Lance was saying that it helps that Bioshock Infinite's beginning and end were its strongest parts. That is very true. And this is why I'm not saying, oh, I can't believe video game reviewers say these things. Because, one, I've never been involved in Top Gear, but also because... Hang on, make sure my character hasn't gone to sleep. But also because it is unfair the amount of pressure that is put on individuals in the games media space who do not get paid nearly enough. That they have to take a game like Infinite and consume it, and then somehow put forward this, you know, concise breakdown of what it is or is not. You know what I mean? And Sturdy Kiwi, Watto and welcome. Oh yeah, and the team that made Celeste announced their new project, so that's fucking cool. That's gonna be very cool. Yeah. I mean, Squarepeg, at some point, I actually want to do a day on Max Payne 3 just as the... And here's how they lost their way. But that's another story. I mean, hell, if we were going to do a day on it, I'd love to put Max Payne 3 and Kane and Lynch 2 side by side. But I don't know if there's a safe for stream mod for Kane and Lynch 2, because there's a lot of penises in that game. Like, a lot of penises. Hookshot says, they worked in the game for 5 years. For it used to be up to 10 hours a day. Bittersweet. Yep. Oh, okay, so, Grand Take, I didn't realise that Earthblade had been previously announced, so I must have missed that one. But it was good to, like, see a trailer of it. Quasi says, I'd be in for a how they lost their way in a weekly series. Yeah. Oh, and it's really interesting when you get to have those kind of looks, because what tends to happen is, like, as a team expands and adds more people, it means that the risk increases. And sometimes teams can misunderstand what it is that people like about a game. The Hitman series is a fucking wonderful example of that. Like, God, I talk about that until my ears bleed. I really want to play the roguelike mode for Hitman 3 when it drops, but I'm waiting until Hitman 3's on Steam sale, because I don't want to give up my exploding rubber duck and my fish. Oh, sorry, if you haven't played Hitman, there is no weapon more powerful than the fish. Others have special utility, but so long as you have a fish, you cannot be stopped. Oh. Oh yes, the heat-seeking briefcase as well. But the briefcase can't be concealed.
Is that why we failed to kill Sean Bean? We couldn't find a fish?
Okay, we did kill Sean Bean! There was a lot of collateral damage. We've got the clips somewhere. Because I am not standing for this. I'm not standing for this besmirching of my skills. Because that was Hitman 2, right? Or just it was just Hitman? Okay, that is BS and chips. There is absolutely clips of Hitman. Fine. Stupid back end of Twitch not letting me find the proof that I killed Sean Bean. Shenanigans. God. Well, see, I think Quasi's kind of onto something, that it could be an interesting deconstruction of how teams lost their way. Because Lagmeister was mentioning both Mega Man and Sonic, which went in very drastically different directions. Like, Mega Man was always Capcom's, like, unwanted first child. You know, a game that was successful, and yet they never found a way to make it more successful as it moved into the future. You know, Mega Man was kind of that series that was allowed to just do its own thing quietly in the corner for most of Capcom's setup until they just went, nah, you're good. I'd be interested to know if there was any like internal drama that helped predicate that. With Sonic was always part of a very, very complicated sphere of the industry, you know. Sorry, by what I mean is that, like, you know, Sonic was one of the OG, like, mascot characters with a series that was originally, like, a platform seller, and then as Sega moved from being a platform contender to just being, like, a publisher and developer, like, what Sonic was as a property changed from being, like, the sacred tentpole to just something to put games in hands. And especially during the Wii era, we saw a lot of, like, high-speed turnaround. And the irony, of course, being is that the return to the return to Sonic's glory was thanks to a fan project turned official project. But Sonic... Okay, sorry. I'm getting into the weeds here. Like, if you all want to go back to talking about studios and what have you, I was just going to go on to say that, like...
Stop that incessant
Mega
clicking.
Boss. Thank you for gifting the sub to Verdant Flow. Oh, and Verdant, I'm also super excited for the Battle Network collection. Though it is interesting that we saw a resurgence of the Mega Man Battle Network style of gameplay from indie spaces before Capcom put a feckin' emulator wrapper around the old ROMs and just put them up for sale. But that's another story. I was just going to add that Sonic's a fascinating character because, much like a lot of other of the surviving mascots, Sonic makes money off of things other than the games. The irony, of course, being that while the games should be the focus, you know, it is the toys and the cartoons and the licensing deals, it's Sonic the Hedgehog merch that makes mad bank. And the games, like, with games like Sonic and the Black Knight or Sonic and the Bungee-Armed Werehog, whatever the fuck it was called, they didn't need to be good games to make a shitload of money, and they did make a shitload of money. Sonic Boom was a fiscal success as a project, to my understanding, but it was a very bad and broken game. So, it unfortunately gets you thinking about Sonic in a very, very different light. Now, Nintendo do the same, but Nintendo have a slow, guarded philosophy when it comes to their tentpole titles. So, you know, Zelda and Mario are sacred, and the amount of hoops that teams have to jump through when creating content for it is, like, you wouldn't believe. You know. Also, friends, I do apologise that on the Twitch page now live has been completely wonky donkey. I need to see if I can fix that one. Oh, well, Lena, if you feel better later, pop back on in. You know, I've got a great big sword, I've got great company, we're going to have a good day whatever. So hopefully I can provide some background lurkery. Lagmice was saying, do you think Pokemon would also go the way of Sonic? Sonic wishes he made Pokemon money. There are Pokemon jets. That little yellow-faced rat, Pikachu, makes more money than Sin. Oh, God, I used to know the rankings of like Japanese IPs and how much money they make, but suffice to say, Pokemon is one of the biggest. And weirdly, at least in local regions, Neon Genesis Evangelion's another big one. Just fucking love it. Well, Lena, good luck with the sleeps. But, yeah. Thank you all the same. And if you can't sleep, we'll feckin' be here, friend. Well, Numbers, I was praising Evangelion on how much feckin' money it makes. I was just talking about, like, Japanese IPs that make stupid mad bank. Those being, like, Pokemon. Yeah, and Eriman's entirely correct. Pokemon merch has outsold Pokemon video games since almost the beginning. And due to the proliferation of, like, the cartoons and the merch and things like that, like, that's why the games are kind of usually in slow setups. Because Pokemon persists beyond the video games. Like, Pikachu as an entity alone makes more money than the video game sales. Fascinatingly, like, this Pokemon game just gone has been one of the fastest and best selling, at least to what figures I've looked at, which is fascinating. Grand Take, I don't actually know, because when we get into things like Dragon Ball and stuff like that, I don't know who owns those. So like, if they're owned by a publisher or a group or something like that, then it may be a case that they don't make as much cash, but they're bundled into a whole bunch of IPs. Yeah, Numbers, like, Dragon Ball should be Toei Animation or Bandai, but then there might be a licensing deal. And the reason I bring this up is that the more, like, deals and complications, the less cash things end up making. But that's another story. The more levels of approval that you have, the slower and harder it is to release products, be it like merch or otherwise. Well, so Naru, I forget what the proper term is, but in Japan there's often committees set up for both, like, the funding and production of, like, anime adaptations or things like that. There's a proper term for it, and I'm blanking on it because I'm apparently not caffeinated enough. If you look at, like, the credits of a lot of, like, anime shows, it'll reference, like, the so-and-so committee. Oh, Lagmeister! Hello Kitty is another one that's just scarily powerful. Lance says, Suishiro owns Dragon Ball? Numbers, I did hear that Genshin has an in-game TCG. Is it any good? Shackle, the Soho Committee. The Hidden Shadow Committee. Yeah, and this is where it gets complicated, is because, like, Numbers are saying that Suishiro publishes the Dragon Ball manga. Yeah. Yeah. So Naruhoodie was just saying, any given anime has so many stakeholders, as it were, especially for the music. Yeah. It's also where we don't get a lot of, like, international adaptations, or a lot of the Japanese crossovers. Now, I can neither confirm nor deny this, but the prevailing theory is that one of the reasons why Phantasy Star Online 2 didn't get localized sooner was because it had a ton of crossover deals, a ton of, like, IP connection stuff, which is great, right? Only because of the international stakeholders, to carry those over to another territory would involve renegotiation with other third parties that handle those things in different areas. Gundam's the biggest fucking mess when it comes to this. Oh, and numbers, with the whole Funimation Crunchyroll thing, they're all one big squishy mess now, if I remember correctly. They're all owned under Sony, I believe. So yeah, this is where it all starts getting wibbly wobbly. But it was more like bringing it up because of products like Sonic kind of air quotes losing their way. The reason they've lost their way is because the games needed to hit beats that weren't based on the games. Now, Pokemon, we have a theory that the shaky launch of the newest Pokemon may have been due to the fact that everyone is scared of next year, and they wanted to make sure they had a Pokemon title on shelves, or for pay and download for Christmas and for the holiday season, and so that they weren't worrying about whatever next year is going to look like. Now, the current prevailing rumbling rumor is that we are going to see the next Switch variation announced in the new year, but that's a big shrug because of the feckin' planet. And with Nintendo embracing like the online service, it does mean that like Game Freaks may have been more happy to release something that needs like patches and additions and so on and so forth. Well, so Naboohead, the prevailing theory is that next year we're going to have a big old recession and it's going to suck. Now, this is all theory crafting. I can only really comment in terms of like video game space, right? Like, I don't know global finances. I don't know money. You'll sometimes make it so I can buy food, and I love that. That's the extent of my financials. I have a very, very good accountant every year who makes sure that the longship isn't going to keel over. But yes. The prevailing theory is that we're going to have a bit of recession, or at very least, video game spending is going to change. See, out of every industry, video games did fucking great during lockdown. I know none of you need me to explain why. Everyone's stuck indoors. What are they going to feckin' do? Video games are a good spend. Biggity bosh. It's been brilliant. However, the world is opening up right now, and while I'm not saying that we should all be running around and taking flights and licking door handles, that does seem to be the prevailing mood. Which means that huge increase in spending has now dropped. And the way the financial world looks at stuff like this is a year by year, like, are we making more profit than last year? If no, why not? And so for them, that huge drop is going to be something that they'll have to do something about it. Sorry, Megaboss says, but door handles are tasty. Biggity bosh! Next year's gonna be tosh. Guinea pigs get it. What was I saying? Oh yes, for next year, everybody is assuming it's going to be bad. And so a lot of the publishers and teams are shoring up. A few people have been like selling their studios to larger, more stable teams to help like shake off any potential like bad times, and we'll see how it is. But it would make sense to get out ahead of everything as Nintendo, even though Pokemon is such a force beyond everyone else. They're not immune to the effects of like global finances. So, okay, I don't agree with this, but if you release a game that needs fixing, and you sell millions and millions of copies, and then fix it, that money doesn't go away. Video game purchasers are notoriously bad for returning products. Except on Steam, but that's another story. But if you tell people that things are a little buggy and it needs more time, or if you tell them, like, hey, maybe don't pick it up now, but we're working on it, the group of silent individuals who won't say anything on social media, but just won't buy it because they hear it's not stable yet, will be very noticeable. This is how a lot of like the pre-order aggressive campaigns and hype campaigns work, because they get everybody to buy it right here, so that the peak is at the most peak it can be at the beginning. And then as people start finding out that it's either not very stable or not very good, well, you've already sold, 5 million copies, so, from that point, use the money to patch it, buy 8 houses in the Bahamas, like, yeah. Because, Lancing Chris, you're right, those first 2 weeks are big for AAA games, especially box product. And Pokemon is the box product, right? Now, over here in, like, the PC, digital, and indie space, we talk about long tails, where the idea is to have lots of games that are just quietly selling throughout the year. Like, that's the goal over on our side, which is more sustainable but difficult to get to speed. SquarePeg says they really hope the elusive standalone Valve VR headset releases the next year or so. You can never tell with Valve. You can never tell. There's a bunch of stuff that they've been working on behind closed doors that, they were supposed to be throwing at us fucking years ago that just didn't. But that's another story. Lagmeister says, why patch it if it already sold more than any other iteration of the game? Honestly, that's the development team's keen. Also, they may have already promised that they were going to do a level of post-launch support, so that might have already been budgeted for. There isn't a great business case to continue to release content and support a game. Devs do it because they genuinely care, and they want games to be the best that they can. Reputation and things like that are important to an extent. Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that I agree with this philosophy, and I'm not saying it's something that I think devs should be doing, but it's a reality, No Man's Sky wouldn't have succeeded if they had been honest about the state of the game. And the fact that they just Sony ran a hard hype campaign, they managed to sell so many copies that they were then able to just keep supporting the game for years to come. Like, that's powerful. And now we talk about how good No Man's Sky is and how enjoyable it is. But they were able to get to that point by going, no, best game ever. Best game, no bugs, does everything. Brilliant. I'm on national American television. Tell you this is the best game ever made by game peoples. See now, Boohead. Blizzard is different. Blizzard makes a whole bunch of money from a lot of different things. So, like, for StarCraft, they make money from licensing deals for, like, tournaments and things like that. Although, apparently, they kind of biffed it with StarCraft 2, and so a lot of the professional scene just kept playing StarCraft. But that's another story. But things like Overwatch and stuff like that. Overwatch makes money selling you digital items and loot boxes and stuff. Actually, I don't know if this one has loot boxes in. I haven't fucking checked. So post-launch support suddenly becomes part of like a games of service business model. So like, take Destiny for example. Destiny sells you expansions, but also season passes and also cosmetics simultaneously. The more time that you as a consumer spend playing Destiny, the more likely you are to spend money. So, like, quality of life improvements, like, improvements that, help with user retention and engagement, make you bank. Sorry I'm putting on the business hat here. I do believe that you can do both, that you can be good at business and make a good game that doesn't rinse people, but, yeah. Oh, Lagmeister, I'm not I know what you mean with the No Man's Sky is a very small team, much smaller than Game Freaks. And at this point, we're just kind of talking about, like, you know, how people turn games into money, I guess. I'm not throwing shade at either team. Anyway, shall we jump into Bloodborne? We can keep talking about this. I just figure I can smash some of Yharnam's finest at the same time. To Clog, thank you kindly for the follow. Alright, let's get this feckin' started. There we go. Can you hear it alright, friends? Was it? Is it a little quiet? Oh wow, that does absolutely nothing. No. Oh yeah, good point. There's no point balancing the audio until I start.
Stop that incessant clicking.
We had this problem before, didn't we? See, I'm glad one of us has their feckin' hat on. And Compliment Cap, thank you for gifting a sub to Naboohead. That's feckin' cool. Actually, and to answer your question, I don't know, or not answer your question. Game Freaks isn't something that I've really. Moose with the instant murder there. Damn. For whoever's asking about the actual impact of the weapons, you just got to see it. We just saw a person die. All right. One moose, one kill. Come on, full screen. Oh yeah. Yeah, we don't need to adjust the audio. That is already going to be very kablamf. So Numbers is saying Game Freaks has 169 nice employees as of 2022. Considering the size and impact of the Pokemon franchise, that's a very small team. And I'm not saying that every team should be like stupidly massive. It's just I would have expected more. You know, when you consider how many like units go out of a. Wait, why are we not doing this? Sorry, bear with me a second here, friends. There we go. Oh. So Naru Hoodie says they've had to expand their dev team with open games like Arcturus and After. That's true. It's just, it's so strange that they didn't expand them further. All I can guess is that Arcturus was the experiment, and from there they didn't end up. Well, so, sorry, we're jumping between a bunch of different topics, but Number was saying, like, you know, the never hire more people than is strictly necessary and then lay them off. I mean, that's usually the done maneuver is, like, you know, games are developed in such a seasonal fashion that it's more common to see, like, we hired a bunch of people to make a game made, so long. Alright, well, Numbers, have yourself a lovely rest of your day, friend. I don't remember where in the bloody hell we were. Okay, so we just killed the Great Beast. No, not the Great Beast. We just killed the Vicar. So where the fuck do we go next? We were having a faff about in the general... oh, yes, so we just got the tool for imbuing our character with runes. That was it, because we did the witches. And, shit, I guess now it was the rest of... it was outside where the guys with the hoods were. Crap sticks. Well, so Chaunerus, this is what we were talking about earlier on today, is, like, do we want to do the DLC before, like, the nightmare starts proper and we start heading towards Byrgenwerth and stuff? Or, like, the other prevailing idea was that we do the core game and then hit the DLC. Forbidden Forest awaits. The word of the day is snake. Oh, and Mega Boss. Congratulations, yo. That's a huge achievement. Grantake was saying that Heart Machine is working on having their staff rotate from one game to the next. If the art team is mostly done with the game, they can start up the next game. Oh, actually, so Grantake, that's a very common practice. Because basically the artists are usually the first people done. It kind of goes... art and design are the two disciplines that usually get done with first and start working on the next thing. And C222, Watto and welcome. Chaunerus is saying that the DLC has the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword behind the first boss, but am I beefcake enough to go there? Because this is Willimus of Soho. A little level 47 beefcake. And Ben, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. But yeah, so Grantake, that's usually the done thing. Staggered development is usually the best way so that everybody is bums on seats working on something. So quite often when teams will announce like DLC that's coming quite close after launch, it's usually because like the art and design teams are on that one and implementation and stuff comes later on. What we have with the... Common Cap to the DLC at level 69. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I haven't seen it. Let's go have a bloody look at it. Worst case, we come back to it. So, where are you, DLC? Are you this one? Nope. Are you this one? Where are you? Or are you hiding around this corner? Oh, Cathedral Ward, then take the Scary Portal. Roger, roger. Common Cap, do we have the Eye of the Blood Drunk Hunter? I believe we do. We have an eye. Bloodshot. Eye of the Blood Drunk Hunter. God, I love this sword. Okay. Sorry, we're all deciding our next course of action. You know, we're all in this together, friends. We're all in this together. Trying to think if there's anything else worth talking about. One of the tricky things can be, especially with indie projects, is that because everybody's doing everything and wearing like 5 hats, it can be very difficult to start spooling up the next project while you're working on one. And that's definitely the disadvantage that a lot of people have being indie. It's not necessarily a bad thing because you do get to do everything and, you know, you're setting your own kind of production pace. There's a lot of other really good parts to being independent. But the scary one is still like, you do one thing, you do the next thing. Alright, Mega Boss, have a lovely rest of your evening. And Jackie Foxbot, Watto and welcome. Grand Take, I have talked about FromSoft announcing new Armored Core. I've even been doing like a little AMA on TikTok. I will absolutely talk everybody's ear off about it. And the thing I've been saying a lot today is that what's giving me life is watching the Soulsian content creators try and do like lore breakdowns and try and like explain the deep lore of Armored Core. I'm over here being like, what? It's just stupid. Big robot go brrr. Have fun. maybe Armored Core 6 will actually have a cohesive plot and a story and characters. I'd be very surprised. I mean, one of the things that is so funny is that all the Armored Core introductions are these gorgeous CGI openings. And very rarely do they mean fuck and all. They're usually just almost like a tone piece. They're flavor. You know? If you watch the For Answer intro, you'd think that White Glint is the hero of the story. Yeah, Moose, some people are going to have to process that the studio can now do more than one thing. I really hope that this is the start, you know? Giant robots, Armored Core, that whole kind of sphere of video games really has deserved being thrown into the forefront, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they do it. Vanderbeest, can we do an AC 1 to 5 playthrough before AC 6? I mean, Vanderbeest, can we? Like, do we have the ability to? Yes. Can we afford to? No. We will need... I mean, some of the games are impossible to play through because it's not just 1 through 5. So we've got... there's 1, 2, 3 Silent Line. Then there's Formula Front. Is it Formula Front? Then we've got all the PSP games. And the thing is, Armored Core sold great in Japan. It sold okay in the West. But acquiring the games is very expensive. Like, we are looking at that is a big money challenge. Yeah, FromSoft, sponsor this. Oh yeah, and so Grant, there is some fun diegetic stuff, like mecha patches is fun.
Why would we play Assassin's Creed games just because Animal Crossing has a new game coming out?
God, I know. Acronyms the bane of my fucking life. Yeah, here we are. No, and so yeah, so to Grand Take, it isn't that the game is without a reaction to the player's actions. It's that there isn't a deep lore to unfurl. I mean, we've been playing Bloodborne on Saturdays now for like a month and change. And everything about this game is exactly where it's meant to be. There's not a hair out of place. Armored Core's like, look, we'll give you a vague story, just have fun. Go be a robot. It's great. Okay, so do we have a cohesive decision as to where we're heading next? Because as I said, we managed to... I think we managed to do everything around the Hemswick channel that we could, if I remember correctly, right? Been to the old workshop. So at this point, what we want to do, I guess, is go to where the sack guys are and start exploring from outside of there, which was... Oh, fucking yo. I'm trying to remember now. That's the problem. We haven't played this for a couple of weeks because we did the sober charity event last week. But what I will say, Vanderbeest, is if I'm able to get like the time and the funds to acquire everything, I'd love to show you all Armored Core for Answer, which was my personal favourite. Alright, Cathedral Ward, get grabbed by the scary Paul. Oh, the black hole. Because we already got grabbed by the Sackmans. Because we rescued the holy person. It was outside of that area was where I think like Pigley and the new stuff was. Oh, I got food! Oh, eating, I remember that. Alright, friends, the Hunt of the Old Ones is sponsored by some dinosaur nuggies and curly fries. Let's fucking go! Hello there. How's this person doing? Because we found him a bunch of friends.
Oh, the hunter. Alive and well at that.
Alright.
Another one you sent made it here safe and sound. This place is a haven now for so
Armored
many.
Core 6,
Thanks to
Tom
you.
Nook versus Satsio.
Overjoyed. Really? That you'd even give me the time of day. I don't suppose there's anybody out there worth saving anymore. But you did all you could. And so many owe you so much. Amazing, really. Not because you're a hunter, but because you're you.
Aww. And nothing bad happened the
Makes me
end.
think, once dawn breaks, maybe I can just, you know, start over. Makes it easier to bear all of this, you see. You've made life easier. Thank you.
We did a good thing.
If you please, kind hunter, when the night of the hunt passes, suppose we could be friends? Maybe?
Fuck yeah.
Now, I know I hardly deserve it, but
Hanging out with my best
I
friend.
had to just ask, you know. Out of line. Yes.
Oh,
Perhaps
you're
so.
fine.
But, well, give it a thought. If you wouldn't mind, of course.
Aw. Reminds me of one of my favourite YouTube videos about friendship. So jumping back in. So Shagga was adding that the thing they like about the Armored Core cinematics is they give the impression that just because a mech is big and stumpy doesn't mean it's slow. It can be flying across the battlefield. Yeah. And I think because of the outlandish physicalities of the cores, they go to extra lengths to show the mechanics underneath. You know, in some of the cinematics, they'll show you like how the weapon feed systems work, and they'll show you people testing out like different engines and guns and stuff. And getting to see White Glint flying through a mech the size of a city is just incredible.
Once the night of the hunt, give it.
We're definitely gonna be friends. Don't worry about it. Someone was asking me on the TikTok AMA, like, what's the power level of an Armored Core? And it's an interesting one because you are incredibly powerful, but in this like slick pinnacle of machinery kind of way. You know, I keep using the term. It's like the love child of a sports car and a jet fighter, and that's who you are in this space, as opposed to say a battle mech, which is just the biggest, weightiest weapons platform that can exist. I got a lot of theories. I got a lot of theories.
Oh, hello. Sorry, dear. I've only so...
Okay, no more new blood. Alright, so have we saved everybody we can right now?
How did we ever get into this mess?
So yeah. Oh yeah. Like Ultrazini, the other reason why I want to show people Armored Core for answer is when you get the giant jet unit and you have to fly that thing at breakneck speed.
I'll spare you one nugget of advice. Beware the Lady of the Night. I can see it in her eyes. She deeply resents the young saint. She hears people whisper. She knows what people think of her. Yes. She despises the saint for having what she doesn't. Bloody wench, they should have moved her on ages ago.
Oh yeah, so Com says the next person you get the option to save is the murderer. So that's the person we'll send over to the clinic. And Ultrazini, you are right. Like, Daemon X Machina is the closest we've had to Armored Core's gameplay. And it's good. Also has the wonky donkey. And Lost Flowers, I think... It's unfair to put Lancers in the same category because so far like, we've not had a video game adaptation of Lancer. And... it's a theoretical... Like... With video game giant robots, conveying the size and scale and weight of something is a large proportion of the challenge. One of a game that I binged as a young'un was called Slave Zero. A warrior from the future gives up his body to merge his mind and soul with a mechanical construction robot to help overthrow the totalitarian government controlling everybody. And it is fascinating, but the one thing that it doesn't have is the sense of weight. Same with Shogu Mobile Armor Division. It has the design, but not the heft. And I think that's where, like, if someone does a good game adaptation of Lancer, we might see some interesting stuff. Oh, sorry, friends. Lancer is a giant robot tabletop RPG from the same person that did Kill 6 Billion Demons. Some fascinating concepts, some really great ideas, but so far there hasn't been any adaptations of it.
I'll spare you one nugget of advice.
Oh, I love nuggets.
Beware the blind man. There the beggar sits at the bottom of the bloody food chain, and then he's here acting like he owns the place. He's not to be trusted. What's he want with all those people anyway? He has a murky past, I'm telling you.
And Uncle T, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Giant tabletop RPG, and by which I mean a really pretty guy. Can confirm. How are you doing, friend? This lot got me talking about Armored Core while we're playing Bloodborne, so I'm happy as Larry.
Brave hunter, have you renewed thought?
I'm good.
Forgive me.
No, you're all good. You're all good. I just don't need any more blood. Alright, so we need to get grabbed by the scary portal. You're going to have to tell me where I'm going, because my undercaffeinated dumbass is drawing a complete feckin' blank right now. I think it was this way? Because we're up to 24 being able to see spooky shit. Alright, so out the door next to Grandma. It's over that way, isn't it? Okay. In the area with the little well. We just gotta feckin' jump on in there. Oh, fucking hell! Oh, God!
Curse the fiends, their children too.
I forgot how sudden that was.
And their children forever true.
A second earlier, I would have accidentally inhaled a chicken nugget. That would have been funny. And you could see, because we have a little bit of, not wisdom. Why am I drawing a complete blank? Oh, Kybal, Watto and welcome. Because we can see a certain amount of truth in the matter. We can see a shadows of it. Okay. So now we're in the Hunter's Nightmare. Oh, Kybal, I'm sorry you're having trouble sleeping, friends. Well, we're in Yarnum! Mischief Band! There was definitely some stuff we hadn't fully explored in above ground Yarnum, but we'll have to go back for those. Door's locked? Of course it is. No door there. Yes, Skyball, Yarmouth, the famous UK seaside town. Insight. Why am I sharping today? But yeah, we're at 27 insight now, so we're going to start seeing some heinous nonsense. That huge creature from that just squished us.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja
Yo!
Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Kyball, you fucking legend. Thank you. Fucking thank you. You managed to house call it up by getting Vulture Pony. Denier, I don't know, but Eagle Lives we do. A ghost party. I mean, that's just a good time. And Quincy Bovine. Bolvin. What did I say, Quincy? No, but seriously, Kyball, thank you. This seems fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The sun just looks a bit hinky. It's all good. Jordan's saying, notably, the big guy didn't kill us. The idea of something that looks like that, yeah, frenzy as a status effect, took half your health. Yes. Because there are other instances where we encounter those creatures, and they just feckin' murder. Watch other hunters run off and get themselves murdered. Oh wow, they really went whole hog and get themselves killed. Good on them. Alright, so we got some beasts. I'm drawing a complete blank on this area, but also I'm drawing a blank in general. Overture. Good luck, fight well.
Good luck.
I'm gonna need it. I'm looking after the Poppers solo today and hanging out with all of you lot. So, welcome to challenge mode. I'm gonna see if I can do 2 jobs at the same time. Oh shit, yeah, this is the DLC. Sorry, Chaunerist. Friends, everything's been happening so much. I love hanging out with you lot, you know that. And I'm not saying this by any complaints, but my life for the past like 2 weeks has basically been either this or a lot of other things. I haven't had any downtime in a very long time. So forgive me if I seem a little wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey. But it does mean we get to explore this kind of...
Distraction.
Fucking yo! Yeah, that's a hell of a distraction! Sorry, Post, thank you. J-Post, thank you so much. Fucking 1,000. Though I may be about to get my ass handed to me by this guy. Well, that was just mean. Naru Hoodie, thank you for topping up the pint glass. Oh, and Kimball, hey, I'm glad we can help, friend. Like, we got you. I mean, J-Post, it still resulted in me getting my ass handed to me, so win, I guess?
Sexy distraction.
Do you have to do that when I got my nuggets in my gob? Uncle T, thank you kindly. J-Post went for a clean 1,000. Cerebral was like, 1069! Nice, 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 nice. Remember the madman. It's all thanks to cooperation, and nothing but metaphors here. That is a fine message. I couldn't possibly comment, Uncle T. I couldn't possibly comment. No, but both. J-Post, Uncle T, thank you. I mean, you'll come by here enough to know how much that does to help. So thank you. Alright? Thank you. So that thing's like a super heavyweight version of the... Thank you! A super heavyweight version of the threaded cane. Alright. I owe you an ass kicking now, mate. Rude! Oh no! So also, I guess the other thing is I don't know a lot about this area and its meaning and its impact. You're right, Kestrel. Now I owe him 2 ass kickings. Choro says they don't think I can do this place yet. You saying you don't believe in me? Sad, Incredible Hulk music plays. It's that the walking away music. Don't think I can do this? Don't you believe in me? Don't you believe in the me that believes in you? Gurren Lagann. He's got me beat on feckin' range, so I've just got to break his knees. Oh, you did not just! Sorry, mate. I win! I win! Ah!
Go for the kneecaps.
I'm going for the whole ass leg, friend. Yeah, go on. Wait, hang on. Cobb, did you tell them to go for the knees? Because they absolutely just did. So these... I mean, these lot are obviously hunters. So what is their deal, I wonder? Quincy, how in the hot heck are you doing? Come on in, friends! Come on in! As we do battle with raiders, chicken nuggets, and the denizens of the Hunter's Nightmare. How are you doing? I am doing lovely, thank you for asking. And QB, how was your stream? How goes it? Thank you for sending me the sign up for future adventures. Oh, so Tactics Ogre. Lovely. I see that makes you a person of taste. We are on Bloodborne. We're having a little, I want to say, little putts around on the DLC. Guys with great big murder whips are making my life very difficult. How are you?
Maybe those hunters were for Yarnum United. You were clearly a Yarnum City fan.
Yeah. Who are ya? You done any of a tantrum, mate? That's how we get it done! That's how we get it done. And Favor 6, thank you for the bits as well. Yarnum United! Clap, 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 clap. Actually, I'll try and drop in on this guy because he kind of kicked my ass in close quarters. And I don't think I can open whatever is behind him, but there seems to be some goodies. Actually, yeah, we'll go to him. Fucking hell! He's a little bit better at this than his mate. But yeah, we're just playing some Bloodborne. We've been talking a lot about well, we talk a lot about Pokemon and structure of game dev stuff, and I've been trying not to talk everyone's ear off just about Armored Core. So that's where I'm at the moment. Oh. Also slowly somehow trying to wake up. The other reason is if I can clear the first boss in this area, then I get the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword. Which is basically this sword, but it glows. Book's like, but Will, what's an Armored Core? Non-copyright infringing. You'd eat me. I'm not dead! I'm just very, very badly burnt! Yeah, Book, an Armored Core is a non-copyright infringing giant robot that is separate from any others, specifically. Hellraiser's like, you going to Byrgenwerth? If so, you're going the wrong way. Well, we're going the long way round, aren't we? You know, we'll take the back roads into Byrgenwerth. Through the strange nightmare of some hunters. We're going to end up in Byrgenwerth today. Eventually these guys will kick the hell out of me enough that we're all like, alright, Will, stop. Oh, and so, Hellraiser, just so you know, You are weapons free to talk about plot, story, what have you. This is not a sacred run. Crud vapors. This statue blocked my last swing. There we go! By the power of Grayskull. That's how we get it done. Oh, an old hunter's cap. And let me guess we can't open this from here. So yeah, so that was the thing I was asking. So where does this sit in everything? So, like, so far as I understand, everything takes place before we have our throwdown with El Bastardo, right? And we've been pulled through by one of the horrible eldritch deities into some other, like, special realm. Oh no, I mean, Elriz, I am asking, and I'm down to discuss it because, like, I know Bloodborne. I have talked about it at great length, and it is one of the great games of our time. Not that you lot need me to tell you, but. Okay, so Moose says, by their understanding, this is the nightmare to which hunters get lost in fighting. The hunters get lost in the fighting, lose themselves. This is the equivalent to going hollow. Hunter's nightmare is where all hunters eventually go when they become blood drunk. So this is basically actual hell. God. Those who use the blood will eventually be consumed by it. And it explains this, like, sickly, melted, organic feel. Oh, okay, and Shackle is saying this is also the story of how the hunt began. Okay, so that's why the weapons are rawer, and this is the hunter's original sin. Ooh! Color me intrigued. I'll go down there in a second, but... Remember, they're not dogs. Not dogs, they're just bad werewolves. To half man, half font. Watto and welcome. It's going real good. QB just very kindly brought a raid in. We're playing Bloodborne. We've been talking about Armored Core a lot today. The newest From Software game announced. And I have been enjoying the fact that I'm now able to talk about Armored Core at great length because I've always been obsessed with that series. Like, I was one of the people that played the team management sim PSP game, you know what I mean? Ooh, okay. So going back in, so as Miyaki Sakura says, this is the way to the hunters collecting the stakes. Lost Flowers adds, Coleman Cap adds, the geography of this area has been described as misremembered. Ah, that's where the slight skew. Like, the landmarks are remembered in their entirety, but the rest of the landscape is twisted and changed. Oh no! I thought you were going to be a friend! If not friend, why friend-shaped? Oh god, he is a speedy boy. Hold that. thought. I'm gonna try and kick this guy's ass. Ah, piss in a bin. This fancy top hat. Okay. So Moose and Peeps were going on to say there's like a collective unconsciousness in the hunters as well. Okay. Oh, and Com says we can get all their weapons. Hello. I know what I'm here for, but it's nice to know. And yeah, Armored Core 6 is going to be fascinating. There's a lot of lovely theories popping around, like that it might be open world, with more of a focus on like destroy and salvage rather than like building the best. And I'm fecking down for that. Ooh. So Hell's saying that this is another version of the same world created by Kos, or rather an orphan of Kos, as a curse. So this is the Hunter's curse. Alright. Vanderbeest's like, not all of us can afford one of these pissing bins. So I think Hellraiser, we definitely covered that in one of the previous ones about the variations of the same world. Dreams within dreams and all of that. Had we talked about that? That's just fucking rude me! I win! Sorry about that. So Comment Cap, I don't think we'll do co-op on this just yet. I was having a chat with some people from the last session, and it's a tricky one, right? See, Bloodborne is a game about struggle and slow progress. And it's incredible to be able to have the Longship back me up, but with two coordinated hunters as well as this, we're unstoppable. Like, we cannot be stopped. It's an impossibility. And when we did the Vickers fight last week, like, we cleared it first time without breaking a sweat. Like, there's no level scaling when it comes to the combat in this. So, some people were kind of a little disappointed that the Vicar fight was over like that. So I don't know what to do, is my honest answer. Like, this is new for me. No! Puppies, no. So yeah, so the answer is Common Cap. I don't know. And please, don't apologise for asking. Like, it is all good. But Lost Flowers was going on to say that, much like you have the hunter's dream that you return to when you die, this is the nightmare to which the hunters tied to the original sin are trapped and punished. They can never truly die there. They're like stuck in this eternal looping torment. Yeah, but that's why you say you never say you're having an easy time of it. Oh, nice. Sorry, the half man's getting a leg sleeve of Bloodborne. That's really cool. And the thing is, this is one of the great games. One of the reasons why we've been playing this every Saturday isn't so that I can have like a sacred and unspoiled playthrough. This is a celebration. Like, From Software have created a lot of exceptional games over the years. But there's something about this one that is damn near perfect. And it is because there isn't a single hair out of place. Everything has meaning and intent and something to say. Everything comes together for this cohesive experience, and I'm all feckin' for that, friends. However, you will need to excuse me for 2 seconds, because I have had an inordinate amount of coffee, and now I gotta pee. I just drank this to myself. So please don't go anywhere. As maybe one of these days we'll be able to bully Mr. Twitch into understanding how feckin' cool we are. And I will be back in a second. We're going to keep going with the Hunter's Dream... the Hunter's Nightmare. And I'll definitely try and get my focus on proper. And if it ends up kicking my ass too much, then we'll head back to the main world. Because I think, yeah, we're about to go to the passworded door. Or are we about to crack open the moon full of blood? I forget. Navi, that is not good advice. Do not take that advice. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. But yeah, I'll be back in a second, and I'm feckin' down to talk about anything and everything Bloodborne and Soulsian related. That's why we're doing this, right? We'll be back in a sec.
sneak.
Thank you all for waiting. Apologies on that one. Just checking on the animals and the babies, seeing to make sure they're doing good, and grabbing myself my my little treat this week. Fancy water. It's water, but it looks fancy. And puns. Thank you for the bits, friend. Anyway, let us continue. We want to head back. Is it the unseen? Or is it this one? Wait, I thought we did something. So Hardman was asking, this is my first Soulsbornian title. It is not. I've been a very big fan for quite some time. Recently we started it in 2020 also. Cheers. We did a playthrough of Dark Souls 3 again. It's kind of like a group challenge. The goal was to do something as a group together that would be fun. And... is it here? Oh, the DLC gravestones by the inside shop. Thank you! I was being stupid! There we go, because it's actually one of the hunter's headstones. That makes sense. So the reason we are doing Bloodborne now was we finished up Dark Souls 3, and this kind of felt like the natural progression. Plus the joke was all of our everyone together playing Dark Souls 3. We were kind of like the class of 2020, and then we had our graduation. So this is like further education. I've done Sekiro. I think the only game in the series I haven't done is Kingsway, the kind of proto-Soulsian. Also, Halfman, I do agree that Miyazaki should definitely get a lot of praise. The problem is, people like Miyazaki don't necessarily want to be celebrities or individuals. Now, I'm not saying one way or t'other on this one, but like Kojima is a huge fan of Hollywood, is a huge fan of cinema and that kind of space, and definitely uses that to spend time with famous people. I'm not dissing that. You know, that's what he wants to do with his fame and his success. But it does seem like, you know, Miyazaki, a lot of the FromSoft team, it's very much an us, not me kind of philosophy, which is far more common in video games. Also, what's great... Hang on, let me kill this guy. What is wonderful is you show people Metal Gear, and they immediately understand what the game's about because it's... Hang on, let me kick this guy's ass real quick. He broke my face! That's what I get for trying to talk and battle at the same time. What was I saying? Oh, just, so... It's more common in video games for a lot of, like, the main or functioning creatives to be actually quite reserved people. And the reason why a lot of teams will have front-facing staff, people like my dumbass, is because those peeps just kind of want to make their game. You know, they don't want to have to also tour and do press interviews and promote themselves and things like that. There are a few people who are naturally charismatic in that space, which is where you get these kind of these named creatives. Kojima got lucky on a bunch of stuff that propelled him as like the standalone figure, but it's very uncommon in the Japanese games industry for that to happen. And in fact, due to Kojima's becoming a named character, that led to a lot of headaches for Konami, and so they will actively stop their dev team individuals from doing front-facing stuff, or at least used to. Yeah, Lance, that was too much verticality. I should have won, and I'm annoyed that I... Ow! You gonna come down here, or...? But it's also worth noting that... Oh no, and Moose, I'm not agreeing with Konami's choice on that one at all. Not even fucking slightly. But no, what I wanted to add on that one is just that with From Software, it's easy to forget who they were when they were releasing games like Armored Core. They weren't big and cool. They were a working people's game studio. They made games that sold alright consistently. They were a safe bet. They weren't the superstars of the industry which they would become. Just having my health back, thank you. Did you just call me a fucking creep? You bastard! This turn's finished! And Naruhoodie, like, Japan does, you are correct, like, does have more of a group dynamic when it comes to those sort of creative projects and stuff like that, but... no, I just wanted to highlight that From Software was the practical game studio. They made decent games on a budget for a very long time. And hell, I think, you know, Demon's Souls only really came to fruition by doing an exclusivity deal with Sony. You know, Sony ponied up some good cash to have a decent exclusive on the PS3, which ended up creating a groundswell so that when Dark Souls was released multi-format, like, we all ran around screaming and bumping into each other, you know? Oh, well, Angel Kalina, I'm sorry you're having a blue day. Let me weave you tales of hunters and dreams and nightmares while we kosh bad words with a sword big enough to have its own housing code. And Halfman, I do not mind telling the tale. The TLDR is, I was born in the US, moved over to the UK when I was like 1 year old. So a few years back I got an offer to work for a company out here in Seattle. I've always loved Seattle, always loved this area. It's like super Brighton. And so I jumped at the chance. Unfortunately, it would turn out that one of the people I was working with, despite having thought that I knew the gentleman for a while, it turned out he was no gentleman, in fact was a shit-boned piece of garbage. So that all exploded. But I stayed out here. A very good friend of mine, Ket, or Slifter here on Twitch, allowed me to sleep on his couch and stream from his PC when he was at work while I was trying to get my stuff sorted with the Social Security office, because that's a whole nother story. But it's led to me being able to stream full time. Like, this is my job, yo. I'm here 5 days a week, mostly. Been a bit cheeky with the Bezos heist, but and I absolutely love talking about video games, the art and craft of them, the business. Like, I fucking love it. And apparently, you lot put up with me, so. But I am gonna go fight some monsters down here because Stabby Scythe guy has been getting way too many free kills on me. All right. You'll better not be ignoring me, right? Ah, that's weird. Quasi's like, there's nothing better on TV. I just noticed how the beasts are reacting with fear as if I've got fire. Wait, are they not attacking me? Am I bad? Oh, hey, Floydo is one of the best people, and I'm so glad I got the chance to work with him. And Hellraiser, I'm sorry I keep missing all of the deets on lore stuff. But yeah, these guys aren't attacking me. I feel real bad for killing that guy. I'm sorry, friends. You'll keep doing your thing. Yeah, I'm too scary for them. Oh, but not for those ones. All right. All right, kids. Let's dance. Doo-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-boo-boo! It's me, Beat Bop Cowboy, Cowboy Beat Boop. Yeah, the big lads are the brave ones. But there are also 2 hunters here, so I better fucking watch myself. You're okay, Amos. Our youngest dog in the other room is having a bit of a whinge. He's fine, by the way. He is very spoiled, very loved. But Fiona is at work, so he's having a whinge fest. You're okay, mate. You're okay. I can handle these one at a time. Both of them would break my face. Haha! Amos is unimpressed with my bullet dodging. Come on, Amos, that was some good stuff. Get heckled by my own dog. Here. You're okay, baby boy. I don't know if you can hear it. And Kakazi, I can absolutely understand that. Like, these poor beasts have been trapped in this same fucking hellscape. You know, the hunters are the things to be afraid of. Like I said, I'm still learning this area, so I don't want to speak with any grand authority. And, like, Hellraiser and Peeps have been giving us all the inside scoops as well, but... yeah. Also, for those of you who have just found our little corner of the internet, I am going to warn you now, if you spend too much time here, I will end up recommending you a buttload of video games. Yes, we will, Amos. Whingy boy. Alright. What the fuck just happened?! He just exploded my face. He just exploded my face. But that was one hit, and he crushed my skull. Hang on a second, let me check on the baby boy. He's just having a big old whinge. You're okay. What do you need? The eternal challenge of dog fatherness. Amos, you're okay, baby boy. Look, see, I'll even open this. You want to come say hello? Come say hello. Do you need to go out the balcony? Do you need to go outside? Are you just whinging to whinge? Are you just whinging to whinge? Alright, sorry about this, friends. The eternal challenges, am I right? But yeah, so I think we're gonna give a pause on the DLC because I'm just getting my face smashed in. We just did Vicar Amelia, so I think we're heading towards Byrgenwerth next, right? So we head to the bag guys and then start murdering Piggly and the other stuff around, right? I mean, Lawrence, you're not wrong. Just making sad boy noises. But the problem is sometimes his sad boy noises and his I need something noises are one and the same. And, I mean, hell, friends, I'm here for as long as you all will put up with me. And Hellraiser, I do find it interesting because we discussed this last week of how there's certain elements of the translation which change a lot of the meaning in this, and that this is one of the games where like looking at the original translation can give us additional gleams of insight. All right, so we go to the main square of the Cathedral Ward and find a door that says "Password, please." Oh yes, because now we have the password to Byrgenwerth. Amos, you are fine. And Halfman, what DS2 mod are you playing? What are you enjoying, friend? Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Oh, you're fine. That's the whinging to whinge. Alright, so... The Argor of Darkness mod. Fascinating. Yeah, well, so Hellraiser, that's one of the fascinating things when it comes to translations, is that it's as much about, like, the thematics as it is... I think we go down this way for... Yeah, the big door's down this way, if I remember rightly. Right, so, when translating, especially Japanese and languages that have, like, inordinate numbers of, like, meanings and additional meanings and elements like that, like, the choice between translating something accurately and authentically is an art unto itself. I've been lucky enough to work with a lot of people that have done video game translation stuff, and it's tricky. A really good hyperbole example are puns. The Japanese language is wonderfully set up for puns. It is a... If you ever needed a reason to learn to both write and speak Japanese, it's for the puns. But how do you translate a pun into another language? It doesn't work. So the difficulty that a lot of translation teams have is trying to create comparable humour. Is the door through the cathedral? God, I'm so lost. Chorus, you may have to give me a quick this way. So when it comes to things like Bloodborne, the difference between translating something accurately or authentically, so like, a word could have a very direct meaning, but culturally or contextually it might have an implication. Do you translate literally what it says, or the implied element? Because Hellraiser was saying someone took the translation and obfuscated it a bit just to make things more interesting, make them sound more spoopy. And it could have been that there was spoopy intent. Oh, go back to towards the Vicar immediately. Thank you!
To identify Japanese puns, you may need a pun spectre.
Yeah. Although the discussion of whether Pun Spectre's name is the Pun Inspector or the Spectre of Puns is still up in the air. Also, interestingly, we can't see the creature up there until stuff and things. Anyway, let's go fight a fucking vicar! Oh, I know, we already fought the vicar. Let's go near a fucking vicar! Hey, old big man. Are you... Alright. You don't want to fight, that's fine too. Okay, and J-Post, I know that's a joke, but it's a very good, again, example of, like, direct translation versus, like, authentic translation. J-Post was using the old, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned," and "I'm sorry, Daddy, I've been very naughty," have very different meanings. Follow the wall left after the gate. Thank you! Dawn French in the Vicar of Yarnham. I'd watch the shit out of that. But first, this guy! Sup? No. Bird. Bird, no. Wow, this is what it's like to be beefy again. Alright, next gate. I just wanted to crush that guy. That was... Oh, and this guy as well. This creepy-ass eyeball stuff. I will say, friends, for those of you that haven't seen Bloodborne before, and as our insight's getting higher and we're heading towards Byrgenwerth, if you get creeped out by stuff that's covered in eyeballs, you may want to either Alt-Tab or just cover up the screen. It's going to start getting more bobbly. Oh, well, Scotty, that sounds fucking great. I mean, a good night out, but in. We haven't done one of those in a while. Hey, why are the big guys... Why are the big guys taking a knee? Is this because the Vicar's done? Like, he reacted to me there, but they're not attacking me. They're all very sad now the Vicar is dead. I guess so. I mean, I do feel a little bit bad. Like, the Vicar is one of, like, the great tragic characters of this game. I'm sorry, big man. You'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Well, he's not sad anymore. Making sure there's not a bag man with that jumping. Oh, feck off me. Poppy, no! Remember, they're not dogs, they're shit werewolves. No! At J-Post, that's really fucking cool of you. Yeah, Lance, I wholeheartedly would agree with you about the crows being very depressing. Hold that thought. Somebody needs to get their ass handed to them. Because the crows never seem particularly vicious, they always seem desperate. You know what I mean? You gonna do something, or...? Apparently not. The door's behind the big guy off to the round square. Okay. I mean, genre, this gives me a chance to natter with everybody. What was I saying? Oh, yes, just in terms of translations. Like, it's fascinating how much of an effect that can have. And especially with something like Bloodborne, which... I mean, it's worth saying, we didn't know how in-depth Bloodborne was going to be as a game when it dropped. Like, because this dropped after Dark Souls 2, but before Dark Souls 3. Correct me if I'm wrong? And it was kind of seen as an offshoot, like, oh, it's more combat-focused, but it's another Soulsian game. We didn't know everything about this game was going to be as important and as intricate and as interconnected as it would be. That how the stories were so detailed and personal, but you could blink and miss them. And in that, like, the inflection, the cadence of how some of the item descriptions are written and how some of the lines are delivered can entirely change the drastic meaning of whole swaths of the story. Yeah, Naruhoodie, translation is an art. And in this one, what was fascinating was that some people initially contributed the elements of this to poor translation that would turn out to be fucking cool. Now, naming no names, but it was absolutely that shit-boned arsehole. Once did a thing on stage with some friends, and Shitbones openly mocked some of the naming conventions in the Bloodborne menu. Specifically mocked skill and blood tinge and beasthood and things like that. And the way in which he did it was as to imply that it's because it's poorly translated. It was a Japanese title, the team translating it didn't really understand it. But as we know now, every single one of these naming conventions plays into the thematics around Bloodborne. How there is knowledge and there is blood. There are the effects of both. How knowledge gives you insight, and insight lets you see the reality of the world, but at a great cost. Both thematically, as your character sees more and more horrific things, but mechanically, as more and more things try and fucking kill you. And the difference between strength and skill. Like, why would you have a skill called skill? But that is literally your ability as a hunter. You don't have dexterity in this, because everybody moves quick as lightning. You know, you have the power of the good drug blood running through your system, so you're already a feckin' like high-speed ninja beefcake. But it is your skill with those tools that denotes. Yeah, Naruhoodie, the eye on insight. The level being the crescent of the moon. Like, that's not... None of that is accidental. Yeah, Lance, they don't lock good controls behind upgrades. And see, when you put this side by side with Sekiro, where you do have those kind of like abilities and things, Sekiro's whole thing is about mastery. You know, this you are the hunter. And you must strike a balance between the frenzy of the beast and the skill of the hunt, whilst horrifyingly understanding the reality of this world. Like, fuck, that's good, right? Sekiro has less of the subtleties, but it's also all in service of an idea. There's a reason why in Sekiro you cannot upgrade any of your stats. You can unlock new abilities, and you can learn new things, but in the end, Sekiro says it is up to you to master this. You can try as many times as you want, you lose nothing. But it's on you. You become the ninja. Hang on. I'm so sorry, friends. Uncle T, less of the subtleties, for they are the subtlety. But you know what I'm saying? Oh, excuse me. So yeah.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And J Boast, thank you for gifting a sub to Uncle T. That's feckin' cool. Now, so Scotty, I would disagree, but both of these have that skill. See, while it is possible to do like the Soulsian games with no upgrades, no armor, no gear, it's not how it pushes you. Bloodborne has a high skill cap reward. Like, I watched Dan Jones beast the first bridge boss with just bare fists at the very beginning of the game. Because if you can land a crit backstab, the amount of damage you can do is brutal. As if to say that if your hunter knows exactly when and where to strike, then you are violent. With Sekiro, you can do the entire playthrough with no upgrades. I'm pretty sure with no upgrades. I'd have to double check. Because it's all about the parry and the timing. It's all about learning the patterns. You know, the goal is always that level of mastery. But in Bloodborne, if like me, you've destroyed your reaction speeds through gin and a lifetime of staying up too late, you can still beefcake up and smash your enemies with like massively violent weapons. Whereas in Sekiro, you can't do that. You know, you can't just go off and get ninja swole. I think that's also why Sekiro didn't resonate with people in quite the same way, but that's another discussion. But yeah, the only reason I wanted to bring that up is, like I said, is because the importance that translation plays in the entirety of Bloodborne's existence. So Nari was saying some of the dialogue in FromSoft games is more close to the Japanese grammar structure that they'd prefer, but seem to have the right feel. Yes. Also, one of the reasons why, especially Armored Core is often kind of laughed at a bit, is because, in Armored Core, they just threw those to the cheapest translators they could. If you look at Armored Core's history, it's been published by like 6 or 7 different companies. And especially the Activision ones, they just phoned it in. Also, again, I want to point out that the iconography of the creatures here for this cathedral is absolutely the gigantic horrors that we've seen earlier, right? Which can only be observed through specific situations, or you're okay, Amos, you're okay, or through having high insight. And you see the statues here, which means whoever founded this church saw those beings. I forget specifically what those creatures are in the whole pantheon. I know we talked about it last week. I'm just feckin' brain dead today. I just bring this up because I think it's an important note that in the rest of the world of Bloodborne, you know, they use kind of nondescript people rising up, and here in the cathedral church, they show, like, yeah, they show these kind of like gangly ass demigods. Like, the iconography is very clear. Are you okay, baby boy?
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Online. All systems nominal.
Ah, alas, the glory and boldness we know that is Williams continues to be entertaining and amazing. Hail the glory of the longship.
I mean, I would say that about our character, Willimus, but I don't know if I said that about myself. How are you doing, Asari? Come on in, friend. And thank you for 50 months. Yeah, Lance, so like, jumping back, it shows them like holy knights, people guarding something. Amos, you're okay! I might have to check on the dog in just a second. Sorry, friends. Well, we're hanging out at the church. Bear with me. Hold that thought. What are you doing, you big whingy boy? Big whingy boy. You're perfect and have no faults. Oh. Excuse me. I keep on drinking all this fizzy water. Okay. Yeah, Amos does have very strong opinions about the iconography of being driven mad by the horrors it reflects. You know, or needs head pat, one or t'other. Hellraiser was saying, have we seen the reveal trailer for Hades 2? Yes. I screamed. The team that doesn't do sequels did a sequel to this thing we hoped they would do a sequel to, but never thought that they would. Also, Darthy Soda, did I say hello? Did anyone not get a proper hello from me when they came in? And here's the thing I love about it, is that we can't know for sure what Hades 2 is actually going to pertain to, because how Supergiant interpret all of the Greek mythology, but they can do so much with it. Like, the one thing I loved is how one of the stories of Zagreus in Greek mythology is about how Zagreus was an aspect of Dionysus. And they do address that in the game. They address it by Dionysus and Zagreus tricking the bard into thinking that they're the same person. And then he makes up a bunch of songs about it, and they're like, wait, no. Wait, no, you're not, that's not supposed to, oh no. Yeah, we know we're going to murder Kronos, but like... Oh, and, speaking of, am I heading to the right direction? Yeah, this is the big door. Oh, wait, no, isn't this the place where I get all, like, yum, 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 yummed? Alright, let's handle the roof crows first. Oh, but this is the place where we can get the shock stick and the fun times, right? That would be fun, Moose, if we got to see, yeah, Prometheus pop up in there. Oh, wait, no, but there's the last person who gets talked to. Well, so Hellraiser, this is where it's fun to talk about. See, I don't know Greek mythology as well as I know the Roman mythology, because I worked on a video game a while back based on ancient Rome. But we were checking, or at least chatting with people yesterday, and Apollo is Greek, plus what we know theoretically is that, okay, there's loads of ways in which the new character can or might be another child of Hades, but that character comes from some super ass obscure Greek mythology where either Zeus pretended to be Hades while being a snake. Oh, Hang on, bear with me just a second, friends. The baby boy needs looking at. Yes, hello. Come here. Come here. Who's my good baby boy? Who's my good baby boy? Come here. Amos, come here. Come on, baby boy. Good boy. Good boy. Sorry about this, everyone. Amos, come here. Yeah, come here. Amos, come on. Dude, you got me. You've awoken me too soon, Executor. Amos, come here. Oi, get out of that, baby boy. No, you're okay. You're okay. All right, need to go pee. Amos, come on, boy. Come on, baby boy. Come on, baby boy. Go pee. Okay. Okay. Be in the house, I would be. Alright. There we go. Sorry about this, friends. Amos, hang on. No one's coming. It's just us. Alright. Okay, where were we? Oh yes, we were talking about what we know about Hades too. So yeah, so in theory, the new character who I cannot pronounce at the moment is potentially another daughter of Hades, or Zeus pretending to be Hades, or in a mythology specific fraction where Zeus and Hades are the same person but different sides, where Hades is referred to as like the Zeus of the underworld. I have no idea. And this is what's so great about it, is that we can theory craft a whole bunch, but we don't know for sure how they're going to choose to interpret it. So it's not like we're getting into spoiler territory. It's kind of fascinating. Also, Hellraiser, if you don't mind me recommending you a game, have you heard of The Forgotten City? That is a great story about the differences between like Greek and Roman, or how the Greek pantheon evolved into the Roman pantheon and so on and so forth. Yeah, we told him! Look, both Hellraiser and feckin' Half-Man were both warned if they hung around here they were going to get game recommendations. Fear the strong foe. Amos, you're okay, baby boy. Uncle T's like, you start with the Greek pantheon, then go the Roman pantheon, then the League of Legends pantheon. Simples. It's okay, Amos. You're okay. Yeah, it's the hunter with the spark lightning ball. Yes, it's okay. Alright, for those of you who haven't met him, this is my wee lad. This is the baby Amos. He has a big cone, big inflatable ring on, because he's got the super itchies, and he's itched himself raw so many times that whilst Fiona is out, we've got to have that on. Yeah, you're okay, baby boy. You're okay. Yeah, that's the baby. So this is... I'm sure they're fine. Woo! Alright. I might be able to beat the lightning bad word. Yeah, some days do be like that. Okay, we'll come back later! Trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty. Okay, so we've got... focus is slightly just off. I mean, Miyaki Sakura, I can head back to Central Yarn and we can go stop and get some ice cream up there. Alright, isn't Lightning Stick supposed to be trying to bite my face off right about now? Like in that movie, Face Off. Item awaits ahead. Not handy. Oh, and the little manifestation of madness down there. The cutest little horror. His turn's finished. His mate didn't fucking notice at all.
His turn's finished.
His turn's finished. He said the thing. He said the thing. I gotta stop being a dingus. Okay, so as Lena already handled the hunters in this area, is that why I'm not getting, like, beaten to death with a lightning orb? Though, if I remember rightly, walking through that little cathedral there is going to result in us having a very, very bad time. Right, no one about to jump this. Hey up, mate. Okay, that was not what I needed to happen there, but I'll take it. Oh, he's got... Are you kidding me? Feckin'. By nonsense wrecked because he was too short to get hit. You're in the know, right? Therefore, tonsil's effective. I don't know if we have enough insight to see. No, I don't think we can see. But it will give us some more insight. Oh, feck it. We can always get blood echoes later. Man, that sure does look like a nice, lovely, calm place to hang out. Alright, let's see if we can see. Oh, we cannot. We definitely don't have enough insight. Now, most of you know what's about to happen. Yeah, what a lovely room for a picnic. Looks like a boss room, right? Looks fine, looks great. Bit quiet, bit empty, but that's fine. That's fine, it's all fine. Ah, got a place to put stuff, but there we go. Oh shit, Chaunerus, will I be able to get, into that area later? As I don't remember how. But anyway, I'm about to sacrifice 12k in Blood Echoes to show you this. So you come through here, and then nothing happens. And then this fucking thing just grabs you. Bye! If you can get your insight up to high enough, you can see the holy thing, like, curled up into the ceiling. But yeah, the first time you go through there, you just get pulled up and destroyed. And I think you need to have a certain amount of insight to be able to see what it is that grabs you. Yeah. The reason why that is important is it's the first kind of real indication that insight shows you more than. Okay. Anyway, we... Okay, so you should... It's part of the Forbidden Hamlet before the Snake Forest, and you can see it fully and naturally at 40 insight. Yeah, so we're already at 27 insight. And so yeah, so Scotty, it does seem a bit harsh, but again, Bloodborne is a world that rewards you for paying attention, for being observant. Like, a lot of people hit that point and kind of screamed, well, bullshit, how could I just get killed by something invisible? But in actuality, like, you've just come up against, like, a true horror. And without the insight to understand it, it just does you a fecking murder. Okay, so, sorry, Chaunerus. So we've done the Vicar, now we're heading to Byrgenwerth, right? We're not heading to the outside of the Bagsec area. So we're not heading outside of the prison just yet, right? We're heading down to the door with a password. Alan's saying that From Software's trademark of the game isn't unfair, you're simply unprepared. That's not wrong. But with this one, it's you. If you don't know why you're getting killed, it's a very good stopgap. FromSoft has always used those big conflict points as a way to slow a player's roll and stop them getting too far in out of their own. Stop them from getting too far, like in over their head. You know, the skeletons in Dark Souls 1, Gundyr in Dark Souls 3, like... Oh, heck off me. So, the door password is off to the Central Circle and Cathedral Ward. Okay. Sorry I keep getting lost, friend. It's the one downside about having all of these great conversations. Hey, oh, bastard! They raise him tall in Yharnam, but not smart. There's also something poetic about the way in which the combination of, like, blood, worship, and insight kind of hollow those guys out. But that's not the series. Darthy Soda, I haven't seen that. But due to the nature of this year, I haven't had the chance to start playing Elden Ring yet. I'm looking forward to doing that with you all after we finish Bloodborne. But that won't be at least until the new year. And I figured you're all probably sick of watching other people play Elden Ring at this point. Heck, the only reason we did Sekiro at launch is because Twitch offered a bounty on it. Like... Alright, so... this way to the central... Oh no, this way up to, the Vicar. Oh, we're fine. No one's here. And River's just set Amos off. Thanks, River. I got baby boy to deal with. Hey, Naruhodo, yes, Scythe Guy's got style. Saying he's not very good. BAM! Oh! Your soul is mine. Okay, so I was going the right way. Go towards staircase, then stick to the left wall, and then there's a gate. Wait, I thought left wall was towards the... Oh, you want to tangle, big man? You want to dance? Hey, Amos. You okay, baby boy? Oh, big yawn. Big yawn for baby boy. Are you okay? Do you need your paper? Do you need your paper? Big yawny boy. Or did River just wake you up? Thanks, River. Alright, bear with me 2 seconds, friends. And I apologise for the stop-start on this. I really do want to get into this conversation. Alright, you need to go pee? Alright, I'll be back in just a sec, friends. And he's just being a needy baby boy. So yeah, what were we chatting about? No one's coming. Both of... sorry, I noticed people were mentioning Whamageddon, and I found out worryingly today that Fiona's been whammed. Which means that... Fiona's been whammed, which means that we are probably going to end up being PvP here in the house as the days continue. Yes, Miyake Sakura, I am in danger. However... Oh, so down the stairs, then round the circle part after the gate. Okay. Well, so the thing that worries me is, yeah, that Fiona is now weapons free. But I have what we've referred to as the Limp Bizkit Gambit, or the Fred Durst's Gambit, whichever you prefer. Which is because in this household we live in a time. I know, Amos. I know it's so hard being you. It's so hard. We live in a time of remixes. We live in a time of mashups and TikToks. The most frequent one that I hear is Last Christmas mixed with Limp Bizkit's Break Stuff. That means that from hearing the first note of Wham's Last Christmas, between then and the start of the song, as in the start of the sung lyrics, it could still be a remix. It could still be a mashup. So you have that long to either cover your ears or vacate or skip or what have you. You have that bar at the beginning. Because you only are whammed when you realise you have been whammed, right? Puppy, no! No, you're okay, Amos. You're a good puppy. You're a good baby boy. You're a good baby boy. I know, you're expecting people to come round and nobody's here. Yeah, the Biscuit Bailout, Dustin. That's a much better name. So yeah, you have this, like, safety area. There's this little gap. Naru's saying that Japan is especially dangerous for the Whamageddon. They have a theory it's because Christmas in Japan is a date holiday. Japan and the US basically swap which of Xmas and New Year's is the family and date holiday. Oh, so like New Year's is the one you spend with family. Christmas is the day you spend with your cutie patooties. All right, so I want to go over by Big Mad over that way, right, Chornerus? The Dirty Durst Dilemma. That is a very different maneuver, and you know it. Alright, maybe this time he needs to pee. I'm so sorry about this, friends. You need to pee? Come here. Amos, come here. Amos, come here. Come here. Amos, go pee. Amos, outside. No, not Amos, go on street. Alright. Welcome to my life. Oh, and Dorothy, it's entirely fine. It's entirely fine. Yeah, Uber Dan, I need to get back into the habit of calling them shitty werewolves. Are you looking at ghosts, Amos, or is someone in the house? Alright, well, if I get killed, somebody broke in and I didn't realise, and that's what the dogs were trying to tell me. Amos, we're fine. Or we're not. I feel a bit bad for these big guys now that we get a free feckin' hit on them. We go, oh, perch up. Okay, my boy. Yeah, big sleepy, big yawn. See what I'm doing for you? I'm going to Byrgenwerth. I don't want to go to Byrgenwerth. That's where the arseholes are. You steal on my insight. Oh, shush. You're fine. Fuck you will. I was talking to Mr. Eat Your Brains, not the dog. You're okay. So Darthy Soda, there is, Amos has a lot of allergies, and we're getting them looked at. Like, we managed to get him doggy pet insurance this year, so we've been able to go to a decent vet and actually get a little bit more insight on... But yeah, he's doing okay. It's just, he has well-documented... He has well-documented issues, and some of those issues are when his... Oh, it's this guy! Hello, mate. What's up?
Oh, good to see you safe.
Back at you.
Now, let's think up something to discuss. Just tell me what piques your interest.
Ask about the Healing Church, ask about Byrgenwerth, ask about the corrupted Vile Bloods. Yeah, I mean, this isn't even a joke. The most recent discovery with Amos's allergies is that he's allergic to himself. That he produces a bacteria that he is very allergic to, which is why his paws and his muzzle have such a hard time. I just want to help fix it all, you know? Lance, you're right. Byrgenwerth does sound like a regional burger chain. It sounds like what Happy Eater turned into. So let's ask about that.
Byrgenwerth is an old place of learning, and the Tomb of the Gods, carved out below Yharnam, should be familiar to every hunter. Well, once a group of young Byrgenwerth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. In this sense, everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Byrgenwerth. But today, the college lies deep within a tangled wood, abandoned and decrepit. And furthermore, the Healing Church has declared Byrgenwerth forbidden ground. It's unclear how many of its scholars remain alive, but only they know the password that allows passage through the gate.
But we know the passage. Also, let's talk about the Healing Church.
As you know, the Healing Church is the fountainhead of blood healing. Well, I'm a simple hunter, quite unfamiliar with the ins and outs of the institution, but I have heard that the holy medium of blood healing is venerated in the main cathedral, and that counselors of the old church reside in the high stratum of the cathedral ward. If you seek blood healing, and the church is willing, you should pay them a visit.
We've already done that. And ask about the corrupted Vile Bloods.
Ah, there's something I want to tell you. A bit of wisdom from the eminent master Logarius. Once, a scholar betrayed his fellows at Byrgenwerth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Canehurst Castle. It was there that the first of the inhuman Vile Bloods was born. The Vile Bloods are fiendish creatures who threaten the purity of the Church's blood healing. The ruler of the Vile Bloods is still alive today. And so, to honor my master's wishes, I search for the path to Canehurst Castle.
Did we go to Canehurst Castle already?
I bid you farewell. It has been a pleasure.
Or am I hallucin-smelling that? Yeah, that's a real Steve move, founding the Vile Bloods. Also, I'm so glad I've got you lot as we're playing through this, both for backup firepower, but also for just remembering how to bloody get through this. Now, I will say, this is one of those moments where, like, when you compare the path up towards the Vicar and how glorious that is, and this little pathway down here, this tucked away but incredibly intricate little downward stairs, even though we're walking out, it's designed to be seen from this path. This is designed to be the entrance that shows the scholars the glory and might of the Healing Church. You know, you have these beautiful carvings of people offering their hands upward. You come round this little corner here, like laden with ornate gargoyles, and then again, look, you then have this incredibly ostentatious entrance. This is arguably more fancy than some of the other areas, but this whole section is smaller and more intricate than the main entrances where the masses would come and go from the Healing Church. This is almost kind of like a bit of a fuck you. Okay, so look at it like this. The Holy Blood Church was formed from a splinter from Byrgenwerth College. I apologise for forgetting the names. I think it was William or Willem was the one that fecked off and made the Holy Blood Church, even though the university was like, fuck no, that's a bad idea. Let's not have people guzzle the blood of old gods. Oh, I'm Baron! Watto friend! Hello! Naru, in my defense, I was very, very drunk. So, the Holy Blood Church ends up becoming massive, huge. People come from around the globe for the blood ministration healing. And the fact that, as you well know, like, the blood not only heals you, but it's like super good, like, it's like booze opium with no downsides. Except for there is a downside. The downside is you might turn into a squiggly monster, but we've talked about that. Anyway, the point is here, this is the pathway up from Byrgenwerth, the place where the fracture began, right? So essentially, they're being made to walk through this ostentatious monument to how fucking good the church is, before they're even allowed. But the thing is, the scholars go through this little area here where they can kind of be observed on all sides as they're coming up. And they're not even spat out in the good part of town. They're spat out in kind of, well, okay, this is the church area, so it's good, but like, alright, stop shooting at me. They're spat out in with the rest of the crowds. They come through here. Like, this is the main circular area, you know, with the holy church up on the hill in all its glory. So at this point, all the Byrgenwerth scholars are mixed in with everybody else. So they're shown the ostentatiousness, they're shown how powerful the church is, and then they're made to walk up and mingle with everyone else before being able to head up there. Yeah, so no hangover, but better turn of phrase, the effects of gradually murder. Yeah, absolutely no downsides. And I just think that's super powerful. Like I said, you know, this is... the two groups in this game, you know, the Scholars of Byrgenwerth and the Priests of the Holy Healing Church, both fucking it for everybody. But it's interesting to see the remnants of their rivalry from the beginning. Yeah, Lance, you're entirely correct. There is a very clear message here, and that is the church holds the power. Anyway, I think we know the password now.
The password.
Fear the old blood. Doop-de-doo, apples and pears. Thanks, mate. Are you dead? But he was already dead. Dun dun dun! Alright, we're gonna guzzle a whole bunch of insight. Because I think I've got enough to get us to 30. Yup. There's no way this is gonna get worse. I will say, one thing that I'm a little bit... the one thing that's been a little bit sad was, as much as I've enjoyed this, it has meant... I tried to go back and play The Last Hero of Nostra Gaia, and that is a very good game, but it absolutely cannot step to Bloodborne, and I found it really hard to go back and try and finish that. Yeah, Dead Tom's always been dead. That's why I call him Dead Tom. Naru says they need to look up what insight is in Japanese. Or that is to say, what they use here. The Forbidden Woods. I mean, this area I find fascinating because it's partially people of the surrounding area keeping the lunatics from the church away and keeping the monstrosities from the university away. And then we stroll on by being all like, doopa-doopa-doopa-doo, with our bloody great big sword. Sorry, Wraith said, stepping to Bloodborne is the Sekiro of stepping to things. That's what you did there, I saw it. No, The Last Hero of Nostra Gaia is so interesting. And it uses the format in a very... good. Like, if any of you need a Soulsian game to play that's both light, but also an interesting meditation on video games, it's good. And a lot of the animations are, like, clunky and chunky on purpose, which is good. The problem is, it's just not as good as this. And... it does not make for a good shot chaser, you know what I mean? Are you coming to fight me, or are you just being grumpy? Okay. Dead Tom's always been dead. That's why we call him Dead Tom. This turn's finished. I should also say this is one of those points where, because we know a few of the hooks, it won't be quite as poignant for your first playthrough. So, like, that guy, he throws oil, and the big gangly bastard, he has a feckin', he has a torch, and he makes your life particularly difficult. Hey, oh, bastard! So he will super duper light your ass on fire if you give him the chance. Wood guards. Who goes there? Hunter. I'm so sorry. I was part of an architectural tour. Did they come through here? We said something about getting lunch at Byrgenwerth. Byrgenwerth and Wimpy definitely feel like competing. Oh, and as we know, nothing bad happens in windmills, so that's fine. I'm going to head up the road a little bit, because I think there's a couple more things to grab. Then we'll get a bit more swole, and we'll go from there. Sorry, I just wanted to point out, because I remember encountering these two, and that guy hit me, and I thought I was feckin' goner. And I'm suddenly just covered in this, like, inky black goo, and I'm like, well, that seems pretty dumb, you know? Bloodborne's usually pretty poignant for doing stuff like that, but okay. And then the other guy sets you ablaze, and you get crispied. I just thought it was such a poignant little one, too. Oh, shit, who's here? Oh, here we go. Hey, up, bastard! Oh, that was just rude. Oh, you shitting me right now. Drugs. More drugs. There we go. Sorry about that. I don't know what it is about those squat guys, but they always seem to be able to catch me off guard. Alright. More Madman's knowledge. And some adept blood gems. Tasty! Okay. Right, so off we trot to Byrgenwerth. I don't think we're... Well, okay, it really depends on how Amos handles things. I don't know if we're going to see Rom tonight, but we'll see how it's going. I also reserve the right to call in backup for when we fight Rom. Like, I want to try and hold on to as much insight as we can as we get through this, which means I have to take the college really slow and careful. For those who haven't seen this game prior, the guys with the tentacle faces... they have a special attack where they literally pull the insight out of your mind. It's not good!
Welcome home. What is it you do?
Make me swole!
Very well.
Make me chunky! Chorus is like, you're not hitting Rom tonight. Too many zones, too many bosses, bunch of side areas. You know what? Chorus, you're right. We're going to want to explore those areas before the blood moon rises. And a blood moon on the rise. How many is it I needed for Arcane to get the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword?
Such a heavy burden you carry. Soon you will be free of it.
Yeah. The doll! The doll is possibly one of the most prophetic characters in this. Oh, so we only need 12? Cool. Oh.
Farewell, good hunter.
Ah, it's fine. Hey, lads! That's, 12 skill, 14 arcane. Okay, so it's not a strength weapon in this. Alright, well, either way, we can beefcake it. And I can't remember if we can redo our build in this, but feck it. You know, we're not here to be optimal, we're here to have fun. And talk about this feckin' video game. Which, as it may shock you to know, I'm rather a big fan of. Oh, we need bloodstone chunks now. Alright. And what have we got? So, first up, just physical attack up. Beefcake! And last but by no means least, yeah, there we go. Oh, okay, Darthy Soda, it was lovely chatting with you. Sorry about the distractions and otherwise, but this has been a lovely little evening, and I hope you sleep well. Shackle says, a lore question on Rom. If he's preventing the blood moon from rising, what happened before there was a Rom? Pretty sure Rom was supposed to have been a scholar who got turned into. Yeah, I thought Rom was... oh god, now I'm thinking about it. I definitely had the opinion of Rom was like the too greedy and too deep of the Byrgenwerth scholars, but I hadn't really thought about it beyond that. Oh, yeah. And Darthy, you're right. I should post more stuff about Amos. He is a cutie patootie. It's just... It's been very, very challenging this year. I've kind of... I never intended to reach the level of... Oh, do I want fireball? I'll pick those up later. Yeah. Well, it's one thing, and Baron, I don't know if you were around for this the other day, but I did want to say, like, I am sorry for this year that there hasn't been more of the Bloodborne stuff. I've got Lizzie helping, reminding me to lock in the next Bloodborne, more Memnol stuff. You know, I love Amos, he is a sweetheart, but he is a lot of work. And that definitely caught me off guard this year. It feels like we're really turning a corner with him and with the place here, and I'm hoping to get to the point where I've got the bandwidth to, you know, do more than just work or look after the house. But I'm grateful for everybody that's been bearing with me for a whole ass year. Sorry, I didn't mean to get all philosophical there. Now, Red Burning Dragon, I was under the impression that Rom was someone who, through insight, attempted to, like, elevate themselves, like... But I'm trying to remember the exact specifics of it. Because Byrgenwerth's been up the shitter for a lot longer than the Holy Blood Church has, if I remember rightly. Which means Rom's been around. Okay, so Rom is one of the old ones. Okay. See, friends, this is why you shouldn't drink gin like I do, is you forget things like the entirety of the plot of Bloodborne. But I was under the impression that Rom was originally one of the scholars, right? Forbidden Woods, there we go. Sorry, the itchy nose. Gin provides negative insight. Yeah, when you need to remove insight from the world, try gin. Shackle says they thought Byrgenwerth hid Rom beneath the lake. Okay. Compliment Cap says this is where the timeline gets fuzzy. Ooh, I like fuzzy. Fuzzy's where discussion happens. For all we know, Rom had a semi-ascension at the same time as the Hunt Nights began. Ah, and that's what kept the Blood Moon in check, but also kept the hunts repeating. Fascinating. Feckin' Crawls, man! Cerebral says today they had an apple rum and Coke Zero. There's a place in, yeah, gin is madman's knowledge. Gin lets you see the insights that no human should have to bear. There's a place in, Ballad. Fuck. Well, I fucked that jump, didn't I? There's a place in Ballard that does the buffalo grass
Captain
vodka.
on the bridge.
Oh, Gerald.
Remember, if you see something, say nothing, and drink to forget.
Fuck. Gerald, I really want a picture of the hunter just pointing, like the, we need you to say nothing. Just drink. You'll forget it. It'll be fine. Yeah, I take it I can't get round this way, can I? Oh yeah, thank you, Chonorus. Yeah, there's a place in Ballard that does the buffalo grass vodka, which if you have it with like a really nice like pressed apple, is fucking delicious. It just made me think of that. Like it tastes like a glorious apple pie. You can achieve a similar flavor with dry cider and unfortunately Fireball cinnamon whiskey, but that's another story. Oh, okay, so sorry, where are my manners? So Jaralan, thank you not only for 49 months, but for everything that you and Shackle do here. You feckin' legends, like, thank you. Baron says, gotta love trying to paint, but the hands are shaky. Shaky from just like all the moving stuff, or like from the cold? You're worrying me here, Baron. Although, Baron, I did see a site that was doing a really interesting speed painting technique of black base coat with a white or grey airbrush overcoat, just a bit, and then you do an ink wash for the main colours. Real cool. Oh, Halfman, like, thank you for the lurk. It's really appreciated. And the thing is, we're doing Bloodborne on Saturdays for a good while. But I'm always down to talk about video games and games industry stuff the whole time. So, yeah. I'm here 5 days a week. You know what? The not eating in 24 hours, Baron, is probably it. Okay, is that what the slap chop method is? Okay, of painting. Oh, and Uncle T, again, like, thank you for all that you do, and I hope you're doing good. Right. Sleep well, friend. I'm always happy when we get to see you on, like, a Saturday or a Friday. And remember, beware the old blood. To Nezo's the name, Watto and welcome. Thank you for the follow. Nearly leapt off to my death there. Excuse me? Do you know the way to Byrgenwerth? Okay, I just want to take a quick moment just to say, like, I know we joke about this, but again, the people in Bloodborne get fucked over worse than anybody else. Like, the villagers conducting the hunt are people who've already begun the beastification, so basically have just agreed to go out and hunt people who have turned further than them to try and protect the town, even knowing that they're going to get absolutely wrecked. In this area, these people are trapped between the Healing Blood Church and the hunt and the feckin' disaster that is that. The effect of it. And on the other side, they've got the monsters pouring out of what was Byrgenwerth. Like...
How expensive is it to gain knowledge in Bloodborne about a Byrgenwerth?
Fucking... God damn it, Shackle. Fuck. Do you know the thing? I was about to say, oh shit, I forgot about that. Good thing I dodged it. Bloodborne, don't ever change. It never gets old. Yeah! Haha! I have dodged your rudimentary... Oh no. I appear to be extremely dead. It cost you about a Byrgenwerth. Give or take. Doop-de-doo. Apples and pears. Amos, you're okay, buddy? Oh, hang on. Bear with me just a second, friends. Hopefully that guy doesn't shoot me in the back of the head. Oh, you purposefully waited until I stepped on that. Well, thank you, Chaunerus. Alright. Amos, come here. Amos, come here. You okay? We're alright. I'm just checking on the boy. Oh, wait, no? Okay, I may need... Alright. This is my life now. Hey, baby. Come here. Amos, come here. Boy. I know. Alright, go baby. Amos, go on. Amos, good boy, go on. Amos, outside. No, come on. No. There we go. Amos. Come on, outside. What we do? Yeah. You little terror. Stay on my seat. Alright, come in. Come on. Got to have your donut on, mate. There you go. Speed up, butt up, boat ho. Good boy. Okay, where were we? Well, so Fearless, I think it's half in, half out. So Fearless was saying that like part of the process of turning into a beast is that it changes your perceptions, and that is, that is correct. At least I would say that is correct to an extent. But what we know from the hunt is that the people who take part in it understand what they are doing. There's obviously a biting point where your perception changes so much that you start down the path where you're no longer a person. Like we see with Gaston, when his wife gets killed, that's just the one little bit of trauma too much that pushes him over the edge to full beast mode. But some people are able to hold it back, you know, through focus and prayer, but not indefinitely, as we saw with the Vicar. I think especially the people out here, trapped between like a rock and a hard place. Like, in this area, they're having a bad time thanks to literally everybody. And that's gotta suck. Well, so Shackle, we were talking about this before. It's like, does Gaston kill his wife, or was his wife killed? And that's what causes him to snap. And that's why he's hacking apart bodies left, right, and center. So you get these guys here who seem to have the cohesion not to attack their friends and other villages, right? But they've definitely reached the point where the bestial elements are like clipping right through clothes. What was that? I mean, sure. You want to celebrate, like, you earned it, I guess. Oh, piss. Didn't mean to do that, though. Waste of 5 bullets right there. Oh, hey, Asari, have a lovely rest of your evening. And Kyle! How are you doing, friend? Shit, yeah, we're playing Bloodborne. We're in the Forbidden Forest between Central Yharnam and Byrgenwerth. We've also established the fact that Byrgenwerth does sound like a knockoff British burger chain. Take a step forward, but treat life with care. Nah, we'll face this head on. So compliment cap, that was definitely something that I felt, it's like, Kyle's like, we should go to the cum dungeon. It's that Dark Souls 3. There was the cum dip, where you had to like cover your head so you didn't go insane. With that was definitely one. Aw, poor horse. Unless it was an evil horse, in which case I don't feel quite so bad. But Kyle, how are you feeling, friend?
Byrgensworth. Not quite Burger King, but better than Wimpy.
Right. Excuse me, do you folks know where I might kick somebody in? Right now I'm just kind of I'm feeling very ignored. Just a rubbish werehorse, that's all it was. Sorry. Well, I hope you feel better, Kyle. And I know the ill-advised coffee at night maneuver as well as any might. Yeah. Well, we're talking about Bloodborne and whimsy, and occasionally Amos is surprising us all with interim whinging.
To defend Wimpy, they serve your meal on a plate, and they have their prices in pants.
You know what? You're not wrong. Ah, no, he covered me in poo! Bastard. You won't last long. No, I'll be fine. I just now... Ow! Smell like shit now. This is ridiculous. I have a big sword. Oh, you did not just. See, that's how it's supposed to go. But yeah, so, like, Kyle, have you had the chance to go through Bloodborne yet? Because it's still feckin' incredible. Even though I've probably spent more time today talking everyone's ear off about Armored Core than anything else. So Chorner says, they're off for some food, just about to explore, but keep an eye out for a cave with poison water. It leads to an important side area. Kyle, firstly, you do yourself a great disservice, friend. Plus, I'm terrible at this game. So, on the one hand, I have these lovely Mother Hubbards reminding me how to play. But the other is, Bloodborne's one of those games where if you're okay just getting swole, you can start crushing people, and it is a lot of fun. I think this is it. Hidden path. Hidden path, treat with care. Birds away ahead. These crows always make me feel guilty. No mercy for birds. Reeks of hidden path and run. Oh yeah, and Shackle does make a good point. You are supposed to die to the very first enemy, so... Don't you dare look at me! No, and I should also say, Kyle, I'm the worst person to talk to about Bloodborne because, like, this is the game that I get, like, arty fanatical about. Despite being such a simple premise for a title, it's one of the greats. And I will do my best not to get preachy about it, but I can. So yeah, you can get the squirty bottle and be like, "Oi, Will, knock it off." Here are all the people who jumped and died. Now, there's something really feckin' heinous around here. I just don't remember what it is. It's not you. Sorry, mate. Uberdan. So one of the favourite things about Bloodborne is there are a few crows that are totally unaggressive unless you attack them first. So it's easy to murder them needlessly. Yup. Well, we had a little foray into the DLC earlier, and some of the beasts don't attack you because they're scared of you. Not because you have fire, just in general. Ooh, beast blood pellet doing some cool stuff. Feels like I should be getting ambushed right here. See, I remember this little corridor. I remember it kicking my ass. I don't remember why. It's like I remember this particular gravestone with such vivid clarity. Beware of trap. That is a fine note. I will go around. But no, I guess, what would you say, friends, are some of your, like, you can't help but get preachy about games? I feel like I can speak for Kyle a little bit on this subject and say Final Fantasy XIV. And, okay, preachy is probably the wrong term. But it was like when I was talking to Joe Cat about stuff we should stream together, and I mentioned that we play Sea of Thieves on a Friday. And Joe's like, yeah, I don't really get Sea of Thieves. It's not really my jam. And I couldn't help but be like, no. Let me explain you a thing. Let me tell you a thing about Sea of Thieves. It's so good. Joe's like, yeah, I tried it. Wasn't for me. It's fine. And I realized that I was getting like wide-eyed and a bit intense about it. Beware of trap. So the problem is all of these areas are starting to blend into each other. So there's the village. Which... Oh, yeah, and if we head up that way, that's when we have to encounter the gunners, isn't it? I don't know which is the better way to approach the area. Yeah, so heading up that way leads us to getting shot at, if I remember correctly. And this is the big brawl. Agonaniki says they turn into a ramble machine about voice gaming. So many unexplored possibilities. Yup. I wonder why we haven't seen more implementation of, like, voice systems since the success of Phasmophobia, which I always want to call Phantasmophobia. Well, we knew that was going to happen. Said Will, absolutely falling into the trap. Despicable trap, indeed. Kakazu was saying that Control was one of those games. Oh, God. Control is just... Yeah. Control is one of those ones I would happily rant until someone caves on playing it. Deus said for them it's a lot of Journey, Halo, Mr. Robot Mobile. There was a Mr. Robot Mobile game? Shit, I missed that. Fuck. Because if you haven't seen Mr. Robot, it's one of the great series. Beware of trap. Alright. Hey, lads. You kids want to fight? Yeah, I'm from Yarnum. Good old Yarnum FC. Who are you? Cursed beast! Curse you! Baron says, important update. The cat doesn't exist. Let me pet her. Oh, mate, how do you think this is going to end for you? Didn't you just see what I did to Big Dave? Big Dave didn't handle so well. And a very nice gin. Baron, that's spot the feck on. But get some food! Oh, it's the pit in the bloody middle. That's the trap. Oh, and there's like a feckin' giant pig down there and stuff, isn't there? Oh, nearly got me. Oh, you nearly got me, you terrors. I nearly fell for it, didn't I? Oh, is there just a crow? Alright, yeah. Apparently Jin has just melted my brain. I do remember in my first playthrough of this being the first time I started to feel a bit guilty. Because, like, that guy, he didn't yell like, oh, I'll fucking kill you. He was just, please God! That was just a guy who's a little bit gangly thanks to powers beyond his control, desperately fighting for his life. We are the monster here. And I felt this so poignantly because this is the point in the game where you're encountering, like, okay, this area, very Blighttown, very interesting traps and articulations, but we're fighting villagers again, the same people we faced off at the beginning of the game. Except for now, I have this fucking sword! I don't give a shit! I am unstoppable! Like, yes, these characters are beefed up in terms of gameplay, but we know them. We know their patterns, we know their movement. We are an experienced hunter now, and we're tearing through just a village of friendos. Oh, and Shauners, do you mean I should head up this way? I'll hold it a second while the stream catches up. But yeah, I'll head up this way. Baron's like, no, I don't think I will. I mean, mate, I've never been able to control you in the slightest. Oh yes, there's one of the people we can talk to. But yeah, this was the first part in the game where I started to feel like, oh shit, like, I'm the threat. I mean...
For even greater horror, are we even sure all of them have received blood healing? Some may be totally sane and fine, but we slaughter them anyway.
Yeah. Because, like, these were the people outside of Greater Yharnam, so they either wouldn't have had access to initially, or wouldn't have wanted access to the healing blood. But they're also stuck between the Byrgenwerth lot, so it would stand to reason that this village specifically would be very wary of outsiders, and would only engage in if it was absolutely necessary. We are coming through here, and for all intents and purposes, we don't look any different than any other hunters by the church. They don't know that we're actually like the super secret, basically like the internal affairs hunters guild that isn't acknowledged but sort of is. Like, we're a completely separate branch of the hunters. These people don't know that. They've just seen someone from the Holy Church fucking tearing through their friends. Fucking powerful. And also, sorry, Shackle. Like, thank you for the bits. The fact that you'll put actual cash monies into keeping me alive so that we can talk about Bloodborne. Do you know how awesome that is? It's very. Now, jumping back. Dea says that they won't go into essay mode, but the Mr. Robot mobile game is effectively their mobile game that forces you to social engineer your way through a situation, and it really grapples with your approach and more morality in the method. Like, it takes literal days to play. It emulates a phone OS, so the notifications you receive as if you're actually getting text messages. Hey, can we still play it, Deus? Is it still online? Yeah, Lance, they don't know we're here with the Hunter's Audit. Have an audience with an unknown thing. Oh, now I know I'm spending my night.
Oh, a hunter of beasts, are you?
Yes, I am.
Glory be. You know not the value you possess. But more's the pity. The hours of the night are many, and the beasts more than I can count. A veritable hunt unending. Not even death offers solace, and the blood imbibes you.
Hey, this person knows a lot.
A most frightful fate. Oh my. But I'm willing to do you a kindness. Step lightly round to the right of the great cathedral and seek an ancient, shrouded church. The gift of the Godhead will grant you strength. Yes, I'm unquestionably certain.
Did he just send us off to fucking die? Oh no, there's the tonsil stone. So that's an extra area that we can do. Do we want to do the tonsil stuff?
Not even death of
Yeah. Do we want to do the tonsil area tonight? Because we can. No, I don't like fighting the shit werewolves. Hate this. Remember, they're not dogs, they're shit werewolves. Because if they were puppies, this would be really sad. And Kakazi, that did sound a lot like Patches. But they did just give us the stone we needed to get into that area, right? So... Lance would like to see what it looks like when we can get past Spooky McGrabby Hand. Okay. Let me clear out a little bit more of this area, and then we'll head on through. Now, is it actually Patches, or is it just the same voice actor? Oh, fuck sticks. Because Patches is kind of like the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword. They're a staple of, like, all the FromSoft games. Like, Patches is an arms dealer in Armored Core, just so you know. Oh, I remember this area a whole bunch. The Beast's Roar. Oh, that's one of the attacks we can get with Frenzy, isn't it? Yeah, same name, same voice actor, same face. Okay. Oh, that's right. If we walk up this way, he shuts the gate on us, doesn't he? There we go. It's the Shockwave Miracle Beast Roar. Thank you, Generous. You're reminding me of all the cool stuff. Oh, but yeah. There are too many games that I get exceedingly preachy about, and I try my absolute darndest to not be obnoxious about it, because I know how it can be. I love games so much, and sometimes that excitement gets the better of me, and I don't stop and think about how other people may have very different experiences in the space. Oh, it's a damn curse! Away! Away! Okay, so we're going to go use the tonsil stone and then progress through that section before we progress down this way, right? Right? Right. Oh, you know what, Fearless? Fair enough, but... One of the things that I do hope through my enthusiasm, though, is that I can convey at least the feeling of some of these experiences without you all having to play them. See, here's the thing. There are loads of games... There are loads of games which are either unavailable or are no longer what they once were. You know, I was thinking about this the other day, that video games, more so than...
Quick, Will, tell us how Sea of Thieves is an amazing example of emergent gameplay. Smile.
Look, I've managed to keep the ranting about how good that is to a minimum when talking with people who are unsuspecting. I've been doing my best, but... Bacon, thank you for the 200 bits, friend. Yeah, most conversations these days involve either me talking about Amos or Sea of Thieves. But no, I've been thinking a lot about it since the, it's guinea pigs don't fight. Since Dan Olsen put out the it's rude to be bad at World of Warcraft video, I've been thinking a lot about how, like, even static video games evolve and change. And how... Mega Ran once said, music's the only thing that you can't grow with. And that's because, like, a song, a music, is a creation made in a space and time. Whether it is or is not overtly, it's an experience, it's a reaction, it's a feeling bottled and put forth. You as a person will change and grow, but that piece of music will stay forever as a little sphere, a snapshot of either time or emotion. The games do change. How we perceive them changes. Who we are as we perceive them changes. And I think Bloodborne's a really good example of that, that it's not that none of us will ever be able to have the same experience of going through it the first time. It's that how we understand these games and how we unfurl them has changed. You know? When this game dropped, we didn't have Vati, Vigi, Vodi, what's it, to do a huge, you know, prepare to cry breakdown about why these characters, these incredible tragic backstories, you know? We had what we could find in the world and the violence that we could ensue. But it turned out that it was there. It was all there. And apparently right there is a very strange little spotlight. Huh. It's kind of curious. Unless it's a ye olde laser sight and I'm about to get fucking ruined. I mean, yeah, Naruhoodie, you had to suss it out yourself. And what was and was not, and how that was unfurled, was truly fascinating. Sorry, and Deus was saying that sadly the Mr. Robot mobile game is no longer available. Oh, Kakazi was saying they've got excited about the Final Fantasy VII Remake. We will be doing a stream of that at some point, but just, you'll need to be prepared to have me gush over the architecture of the entire fucking world of that. Like, you'll don't know how much fucking detail I'm gonna go into that one. Alright. We're gonna go use the tonsil stone. So, honestly, I'm just gonna take a hunter's mark back. Oh, and Angel Kalina, I hope you're doing better. We're going to go bust out some tonsil rocks. But yeah, like, how we choose to perceive games and understand them has changed, you know? Like, these days, when starting a Soulsian game, whether consciously or unconsciously, we do start thinking about build. We start thinking about vibes. What do we want to play? How do we want to play it? You know? That first run of Dark Souls back in the day felt so bizarrely freeing. But also, you could fuck up your own day. I got myself in some serious shit the first time I played Dark Souls because I chose a thief character. So high-speed ninja, not understanding how parries and dodges work. And I stabbed the guy at the first bonfire. And so he put me in an infinite death loop. And the thing was, that was entirely on me. I did that. Think about that a lot. Actually, we'll save the cold blood in case I need to use it for stuff later on.
Welcome. What is it you desire? Very well. Let me...
I mean, Kakazi, I've already seen the most important scene in Final Fantasy VII Remake, and that is the entire dress up with Cloud section, which I remember saying to a friend, you know, I'm really worried they might cut that. Alright. Now our arcane is high enough that we can use the Moonlit Ultra Great Sword if we want to later.
Farewell, good hunter.
Yeah, I remember saying with a friend, like, there's no way they're gonna do the cloud dress-up scene in full, wonderful 3. I was wrong. I was super wrong. And I've never been happier to be wrong, let me tell you. And it gave us Cherith. We cannot forget about Cherith. It did a very good job of recontextualizing characters. I mean, I know it's such a tiny point, but they gave Tifa a sports bra. And I know that's such a small point, but as anyone who grew up through the 90s of video games had to look at 2 pairs of particularly pointy boobs. Those were one of the Croft household and, of course, Tifa Lockhart. And I still remember thinking, even back then, like, you're a brawler, you know? Your whole deal is being up in someone's grill and beating the shit out of them. Like, you don't want some free-swinging Norks getting in the way of that. You've got shit to do. Like, and yeah, it was... I found that was very indicative of how they handled it. Like, did they keep Tifa being like a miniskirt and tank top, you know, big-chested fighter? Yes. But they looked at it logically. They gave her bike shorts underneath, like a proper UFC fighter, and a sports bra, so that, you know, they don't knock themselves out halfway through a feckin' flurry of punches. And I really appreciated that level of, like, thought and detail, because it's hard when you have to use those, like, hangovers from... Oh, wait, we want to go back to Central Ward, don't we? It's hard when you have to use those hangovers from, like, 90s-style character designs and bring them forward. That's fucking hard to deal with, because we didn't know what we were doing in the 90s. In fact, if you haven't seen some of the video gaming ads from, like, 90s lads mags, like... Oh, Grand Cathedral. Thank you, Charteros! Thank you for being a little guide on this one, because I am so lost. But yeah, the things that I really want to get into detail with in Final Fantasy VII is how, like, the whole area of Midgar felt like a living city, but that was easy to create due to, like, the static pre-rendered backgrounds and how you could control a character's view of things. With the Final Fantasy VII Remake, they went so in detail as to what it would actually be like to live and work around Midgar. How the different areas absolutely reflect the different cultures and pay brackets and just the sheer reaching power that Shinra has in that space. Oh god, I hate that I'm forgetting her name. There's a wonderful lass over on the Polygon video team that has done like an architectural breakdown of the areas in Final Fantasy VII Remake, which we'll definitely be referencing a lot, but we'll have more time to go into more detail. Yeah. Now, so Lance, that's the bit where I'm looking forward to having a proper deep dive with it and getting to understand it, because Lance, and I've heard this comment from a lot of people, that Sephiroth... Oh, yes, and Wraith, it is Simone. God. I'm actually... You know what? I am not going to ask if Simone wants to ever come on the show, because it might end up being like a hyper-detail machine perpetual motion device. I'm afraid of starting a conversation with that person. Because I think we'd both die of malnutrition before the conversation ends. But sorry, jumping back. A few people have mentioned that Sephiroth in Final Fantasy Remake, Remaster, feels weird unless you knew he was coming, in which case the way he shows up is brilliant. But almost as if there's a certain amount of required reading before he shows. Does that make a weird sense? Oh, feck off, mate. Did you see what I did to your mate and you still want to fight? Right, mate. One of these days, I'm going to take all the clips from this, all the bonk sounds, and recut it to the duh, Do-do, 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 do-do. Fred, it's due to a lack of sizes. They only have, like, super chunky, broad arm sizes, not sizes for real people like me, so... so Uberdan says that it felt as much of a sequel as a remake. Yes. Now, if you want to talk about remakes, the Final Fantasy VII Remake is brilliant because it is and isn't the same game. It is and isn't a spiritual successor. It goes hard in ways that we never expected. I wonder what those goodies are. So Kakazi says it makes a bit of sense knowing certain details in advance really changes your perspective. I think also... That's not... Is it Yuffie? The ninja lass in blue. Yuffie, Yuna, and... one of the lasses from Final Fantasy VIII just merged together in my brain. But I think their character design is one that's very evocative of... If you didn't know it already, it doesn't seem to fit. Like, why a ninja wears a Moogle. Yeah, the ninja girl who could. That's the one. Oh, feck off, mate. Yeah, if you want to pretend to go beefcake mode, that's your choice, but I am not going to pretend like you can do it. But yeah, I think that's another character that feels very... weird if you didn't know they were coming.
Foul beast.
This town's finished! Job's done! Yeah, sorry friends, I think I've got all my Final Fantasy side characters merged into one singularity there. But I think she's a very good example of characters that need you to know Final Fantasy VII before coming into the remake. I felt that they did a very good job of expanding upon Cloud as a character. Advent Children is a great animation, but it adds a lot of, like, post super late game-ness to it. Oh, you're okay. Oh, hang on a sec. Puppy detail calls. Because I'm just about to start talking about Advent Children. And who wants to talk about feckin', not Crisis Core, what's the other one? Who wants to talk about Dirge of Cerberus? Amos, come here. Amos, come on. Amos, come on. Outside. Outside. Amos, come on. Come on, Amos, good boy. Come on, Amos, good boy. Come on, little boy. Come on, go play. Go, baby. Want a treat? Want a treat? Want to go pee-pee? Right reinterruption. You be a good boy? You be a good boy? Please, you need to go with these. I love you, son. Thanks. Like this. You're a good boy. Amos, come on, outside. Go on. I know, it's very hard being Alright. As soon as I get talking about Final Fantasy, they're like, ooh. 'Cause, 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 'c Sorry about this, friends. Bear with me just a second, because, we did just proc both Crisis Core and Dirge of Cerberus and Advent Children, and this is another thing I could probably write a fucking thesis on. I'll be back in just a second. Thank you all for waiting. And specifically to the big beefy guy with the axe. Got myself another can of the Liquid Death. My little treat for myself this week. Okay, so let's beat up this beefcake person, and then we can absolutely discuss. Down in one. Sorry about that. So Navi, Liquid Death is just kind of like a brand of sparkling water. But it's got like a death metal style cover and stuff. And it's pretty tasty. It's been helping me drink a little bit less. Not as much less as I'd like, but it's a start, you know. Oh, Lance, you've achieved burritos? That's fucking great. Kakazi was actually prepared to cook a proper meal. May have to throw leftovers in the oven if we're going to talk about Final Fantasy VII Remastered. I mean, fucking, we can. I don't want to be responsible for, like, friends' malnutrition. Otherwise, it's just water. Fred, you cheeky mother Hubbard. But no, the reason why I wanted to talk about those is that, so we had Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII was wildly successful, internationally in a way that no one was prepared for at Square, because it was still Square back then. Later on, we saw a huge outcry for additional elements, and Amos has very strong opinions on this. And we saw, during the PS2 era, we saw Crisis Core. We saw Crisis Core on PSP, and we saw Dirge of Cerberus on PS2. But we didn't see any returns to like direct sequels involving you know, Cloud and the gang. Yes. What was I saying? Oh yes, but we did have Advent Children. Now, Advent Children was a CGI film and was very, very different from other properties in the same space. You know, beware the kin of the cosmos. Yeah, thinking then some. All right, so here's where we use. Where is it? Here's where we use the. Or is it a key item? Do we have to stand in there to use it? Alright, where do we put these fucking tonsils? I thought it was right in here. Yeah, we've already had the thing eat us, but now we have the tonsil stone. So we walk up to the Amygdala and let it grab us, and it doesn't kill us this time. Alright. Now, we're at 30, but not 40, so we can't see it. Alright, so it eats us with the tonsil stone. Okay. There we go. There's the shadow of somebody else in the world getting the same treatment. Love it. Alright. Uppies? 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 Big monster uppies? It's so fucking haunting! There you go, Patches, you wanker.
Oh, Amygdala. Oh, Amygdala. Have mercy on the poor bastard.
Fucking hell. Oh, fucking here! Nightmare Lecture Building. Shit, I forgot about this. I get this and Byrgenwerth mixed up all the time. Oh no, Lance. I mean, I'm happy to talk about Final Fantasy VII and its core original release, and how it was the absolute poster child for the CD era. And Final Fantasy VIII, the shit that it did back in the day, still boggles my mind. Aganiki says, if this is the Nightmare Lecture, does that mean you're in your underwear in front of the school cheerleading squad? Nah, because you know. We played the Blackout Club, and every time you had that nightmare, it was really happening. Dream therapy is real. Alright, let me pop on the hand lantern. Alright, so I hope you're all around to smash some squidgy professors. I remember this being a really good place to grind. Alright. Now, before we start classes, does everybody have their notebook? Does everybody have their homework? Is everybody ready? Do you have your PE kit? Because otherwise you will need to borrow, and it is stinky. Alright, Patches, you wanker!
What a joy it is to behold the divine.
You're okay, Amos.
It must be such a pleasure. You're in my debt, you know.
I've got two more.
You're nigh on a beast of the field. But here you are, treading a measure with the gods.
Can I just stab him through the door? Am I allowed? Do I want to do that?
Are your feet as fat as your wits? Oh, cease this dithering. Take the plunge. Throw yourself to the wolves.
I'm gonna break your fucking face, mate.
Are your fussy?
Oh, shush, Amos. camera on the other side of the door. Yeah, you're right. We'll see him. We'll see him eventually, and then we can decide what we want to do with him. All right. Amos, you're okay. School is now in session. Wraith, if you want to copy somebody else's homework, that's fine. Just let me know where the werewolf is. I will avenge your homework. Oh. Oh yeah, Kakazi makes a very good point. Does everybody have some toasted bread ready so that when you're inevitably late for class, you can run into your childhood sweetheart at great velocity? Of course it doesn't open from this side. Of course I am! Here I am, trying to get further education. Look at all these doors! Oh, okay, we're going to be starting with chemistry first. I think Professor Soft and Globuli teaches this class. That's a lot of eyes in a jar. Byrgenwerth, they love eyes. Eyes, eyes, eyes. Amos, mate, you're fine. He's just having the softest whinge in the other room. Oh, okay, so I guess science isn't... Ah! Professor Bloblian! Okay, so what's the deal with this particular nightmare? So if the old sin of the hunters is what traps them in an eternal nightmare, is this just like the arrogance of the scholars of Byrgenwerth? Mateus, what if my childhood sweetheart was an isekai truck? What do you mean the werewolf ate your toast as well? Wraith! Wraith, are you the werewolf? Oh god. Well, actually, Wraith, I don't think you need to worry about it because the professor is toast. The lecture theatre key, but yeah, they're not doing so hard. I will say, I love the structure of this particular area. Oh, okay, so Chorna says, this is another path through the nightmare of Mensis. This one leads out the frontier where Amagala boss fight is waiting to give you a new chalice. Aha! Thank you! Lance, I am afraid you'll need to construct another way to high impact run into your schoolyard crush. The professor's dead, so apparently those of you that did do your homework on time, congratulations, you played yourself. Look at our student uniform. Although notice the student uniform is over a dead hunter. So just pointing that out. And the lecturing professor here, also super dead. Yeah, but Agonaniki is correct that because this particular professor has tenure, even while dead, they can't be removed. So we just have to leave them there. You can hear the wet professors just slopping around. Can we open some of the doors now? Yeah, we can. These little squishy side rooms. This is probably the point in the game where I first realized that we weren't getting music outside of boss fights and specific areas. Like, this whole area feels like the biggest, like, haunted house. Red jelly.
You're okay, Wingy boy.
Oh, exactly 8,888 echoes. Amos is unimpressed. No, but for me, in my first playthrough, this area was the first time I realised that there isn't just ambient music like there is in a lot of the Soulsian titles. All we have is the creaking and sloshing, and we don't know where and what things are. Especially if this is your first time in. You get that big, wet, squishy... Oh, you've got 10 of this. Scourge of slimy things. Yeah. Alright. Who wants to get damp? Oh shit, are these the ones that, like, that break your weapons? Oh, you little shits! Got hazed. Oh, sorry, so what were we talking about with good old Final Fantasy? Oh, yes. So, with Final Fantasy VII, especially coming into the remastered, like, it wasn't like it was just an remastered of a beloved game. There's a lot to it. Yeah, you're right. They didn't know about breaking my weapons, but they broke me. So when it came to the remastered, like, you had Crisis Core, which has now been either remade or re-released. I haven't heard anybody talking about that to me directly, but that's because these last few weeks have been a fucking death march. Hey, oh, bastards, I want me shit! Sorry, I just wait for them to come to the door. Oh, fucking hell! Okay, Evil Bacchus, thank you for the follow. You just scared the piss out of me! What's up, kids? I'm gonna be your substitute ass-kicking teacher! But no, Evil Bacchus, thank you for the follow, friend. What is that guy chugging? Also, I'm trying to remember why they're so damp. Like, no, there's an actual lore reason as to why these guys are, like, mildly gelatin. I think it's got something to do with, like, too much insight causes them to lose, like the ability to understand who they are. Yeah, totally not planned there, Evil Bacchus. Totally not planned. Alright, let me break these last two. These last two lazy hoodlums who weren't even paying attention. Have the good sense to be on time to get destroyed by my giant sword. Miyaki Sakura says that the DLC might have some insight in that. Hey, I'm happy talking about it. Like, we're still going to get to do the DLC as I'm getting more swole. Yeah, sorry for dancing between the topics, but no, the reason why I wanted to bring up those on the Final Fantasy discussion is that, like, it isn't like a straight-up remake. I'm trying to think of another example. Final Fantasy VII the Final Fantasy VII Remake Remaster is closer to Black Mesa in that sense that it's not just a direct remake of a game that happened. You know, The Last of Us remake was shot for shot, but we just made it prettier, like. Whereas with both that... oh god, it is damp in here. Both the Final Fantasy VII and Black Mesa, the Half-Life 1 remake, they took everything that had come from it and inspired and kind of refolded it back in. Because, like, Dirge of Cerberus is not a good game. I'm sorry. I love it, but it is not a good game. And it adds a whole bunch to Final Fantasy VII as a whole that feels weird and superfluous. I mean, they had a lot of fun with it. For those of you who know who Gact is, he got to be a canonical character in Final Fantasy VII. Reeks of blood. Reeks of something. Its eyes, it reeks of eyeballs. Ah, it's damp and squishy. It is damp and squishy. Nothing useful, we just found a storeroom. There we go. Arga of Cerberus. I do not remember what the bloody hell that is. Partially summon... Okay. The remnant of an eldritch truth encountered in Byrgenwerth. Ah, okay. So this is the truth that's making them all gooey and messy. Use phantasms, the invertebrates known as the Argas of the Great Ones, to partially summon abandoned Erebitis. The initial encounter marks the start of an inquiry into the cosmos from within the old labyrinth that led to the establishment of the choir. Fuck, who's the choir again? Alright, now it's all just started to melt together. Sorry, Evil Barkus, when you joined us, we were talking about the Final Fantasy VII Remake and all the different elements that kind of led into it. We've been playing Bloodborne for a while. You are weapons free to talk spoilers and what have you. This whole run-through of Bloodborne is more a celebration than anything. So it's Mikolosh's tentacle shotgun. So Miyaki Sakura, there's some who seek out the brain fluid instead of the eyes and the blood. Oh, and they are the choir. Okay. And that's why they're so damp and squishy. But I wonder why. Because the eyes are all about insight, like seeing the world as the gods see it. Seeing the truth of everything. You know, to obtain knowledge and insight and to possibly become as gods. What's the brain fluid squad all about? Because if I've learnt about them, I've completely forgotten. Like, I might need to start binging the Prepare to Cry series again. Thank you, Patches, mate.
Are you?
Okay, so, sorry, Jonas was saying that the brain fluid squad, the choir, are just trying to brute force become as gods by just directly just injecting themselves with god bits. There's no way that leads to any downsides. Oh, it's so damp. It's so turgid and so damp. Actually, let me check here again. I don't think there's another area. I mean, this whole feckin' story can be summed up as, you know, the hubris of man online. Don't give up! Oh, wait, the door to the outside. Is that the door to the boss area? Do I want to spend my blood echoes before we move on? Fuck around and find out, the video game. So there's even a choir hunter? God, I must have forgotten. Oh, there's a lantern just past the door. Okay. Because That's fine. But I remember spending a lot of time in this area leveling up because you can smash those gooey bastards in a nice tight pattern. The idea that you can get swole and train in the schoolyard area is not lost on me. Also, I can't remember if we can get into the upstairs there. I forget. Please tell me if there's anything back where we just came from that I need to get to. The anti-invertebrate shell. Okay. Let's get swole!
Welcome. What is it? Very well, let me...
Okay, so upstairs is the main part of the game in the Nightmare of Memphis. Alright. We're already doing a buttload of damage, so for now I'm just going to... Yeah, for now I'm just going to beefcake up our endurance.
Farewell, good hunter.
Amos is just having the softest whinge in the other room. Poor little boy. Okay. Doing alright for antidotes and stuff. I could probably biff some cash on some fire paper. Yeah, why not? Get some fire paper, get a few Molotovs in. You know how it is, buy around. Alright, so this is... So that's awakened above. This is... So there's the Forbidden Woods, so that was the continued path. Ah, Bleeding Nora, where did... Oh, here we go. Messy Nightmare Bad Times, here we go. The Nightmare Frontier. And friends, thank you again for helping with, like, focus and pointing. Oh, it certainly helps. Because let me tell you, it's been so feckin' long since I played this. Right. Oh. Fear the hunter. Oh, yeah, feck. Where is he? So, is this hunter that we're fighting next, is he a choir hunter? Oh shit, yeah, and this is one of the areas where we have the bell-ringing woman regardless. Good times, good times. Alright. I remember fighting through this area tooth and bloody nail. Your soul is mine! But yeah, no, sorry. The reason why I find it so fascinating is that, like, in other mediums, when people do, like, adaptions or remakes or, you know, reinterpretations, the core stays the same to a certain degree because of the way the medium is done. Like, the fancy, over-the-top Romeo and Juliet might have been transposed into LA with guns and ridiculousness, but it was still at its core, like, an adaptation of a Shakespearean text, right? But the difference between Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VII Remake, holy shit. The characters, the same. The place, I guess, kind of the same. Is that Patches up there? Fucking Patches. But to look at the context, to look at the content, it is so far removed. And the reason that I kept bringing up Crisis Core, Advent Children, things like that, is that they all fed into what would become the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like, the ideal, the stylization. God, there's so many elements that came together. Oh, sorry, and jumping back in, Mateus was saying that the only thing I remember about the Choir Hunter is that they use the Arga and wear the choir set. I'm not sure if they found anything more. Hey, Achonorus, like, thank you for your help, friend. I hope you've had fun today, because I fucking love playing this. Oh, Amos, I love you, Bashish. Well, that's all wet and messy down there. Amos, you're okay, baby boy. Oh, this is the poison cave, right? Is this the one that I'm supposed to cheese it through for... You're okay. Alright. Hopefully I don't get assassinated or murdered. Dog care, am I right? My lad, my son.
Amos is just trying to help by providing an additional sense of immersion via augmented reality outside of the headphones.
He's being a little terror and he knows it. Ooh, the Bolt Blood Gemstone. Yeah, so this is the poison area, right? That people were talking about. And this is clearly some, like, heinous Lovecraftian stuff. Remember Sinister, therefore turn back. Take a step forward. My God, this area is a complete blur to me because I think I played it steaming drunk. And yeah, the last time we came to this area was oh shit, that thing's one of the oh, you don't look so good, mate. That's one of the major madness. Which if we kill that, we get a whole bunch of goodies. Okay. I'm so sorry, friends, that the train of thought keeps getting semi-reset. Oh. And the problem is, it's such a great topic to talk about because, like, remakes are becoming something more frequent in our industry. They sell well, and they allow people to have a second crack at games that potentially didn't get a fair shout. Now, as I've said, I'm bored to the back teeth of feckin'. I'm bored to the back teeth of remakes of The Last of Us. It would make me sincerely happy if that game just got put back on the shelf and left. But I will admit, I've seen the trailers and stuff of the adaptation that they're doing for HBO, and I think it might work better as a story in another medium. I'll be curious to see if they end up doing The Last of Us Part 2, and if that feels better or worse. But that's another story. Alright. I don't think I'm far off of getting into some serious scraps here. Yeah, and Oh, I fucking knew she was going to do that. I hear you, lady! Where are you? Is she down there in the horror goo? Reminiscent of Insight. Ah, here we go. Oh, actually, might be able to... Oh, come on! Fucking had him. And yeah, so Lance, you know what, that is a very good point. Later on, you know, we can shimmy over to the Discord, although for as long as Amos is calm and chill, I should be able to come join you, but I can't promise that's going to continue. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry, friends. But it is something that I do want to talk about. And the thing is, in the future, we're going to be doing a stream of it. So there are going to be plenty of opportunities for us to do a big old honky-chunky breakdown of it. Never going to get tired of that. Also, do we get something at 35 with Insight, or is it just at 40 now? Because I know it's like you get it at like 15, 20, 30... Is 35 one of the marks? Because I'll eat a madman's knowledge. I'll make it weird. I'm down for this. Oh, I mean, Kakazi, heck yeah. It's also one of the great things about streaming professionally, is that there's literally too much good stuff to get through. And I'll make sure that that one's advertised nice and well in advance. We've got to decide if we want to do... we're going to decide if we want to do Dwarf Fortress next week. God, you're ugly. So again, the creatures down there, those are potentially people that tried to just ingest god brain fluid to make themselves into deities. You got to admire just the level of fuck it and find out around this area. You've got these guys over here are chugging blood. That's turning them into beasts. These guys seem to be quaffing eyeballs, and that's not helping. But you know what? This other gooey fluid? I'm sure it's fine. No downsides. Those other guys, they didn't know what's up. We've got it. Alright, and I've got to stop being so feckin' cocky with these hunters. I can beat them, I just can't be a dingleberry about it. Alright, come on. Two of you? I'm gonna fucking kill him. I'm gonna fucking kill him! Alright, they are toast. They are tea cakes. They are burnt bagel bullshit. Let's fucking do it! Angrily chugging, but I'm angrily chugging fizzy water. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, Uber down. That was one down, but even you have got to have seen I got sloppy with that fight. Alright. But what I'm saying, friends, I do want to talk about remakes and adaptions. I do want to keep chatting about, especially when it comes to Final Fantasy, because it's such an important franchise to a lot of us. And it's a topic that I really do enjoy talking about, so... yeah. But I gotta get my fucking focus on, because I gotta fight these two bloody hunters. One of them seems like a traditional hunter, and yeah, the other one... I'm not sure? Your soul is mine! Also, if we get the chance later on tonight, friends, we could tick off another video game from the movie list. Also, it's very nice being able to one-shot these guys. If I remember rightly, they can be a royal pain in the arse to fight. Alright. Because it's the old lady who's summoning them to come fight me, isn't it? I think. Or do we only have to fight them once? No. We beat one. I'm just going to eat another madman's knowledge just because I can. Alright, so I definitely slayed one of these bad words. So where's his fucking partner? Hey, little buddy. I forget what the little lantern holders are all about. I should be up to my little ear holes in feckin' hunters right now, and I'm not. And honestly, instead of making me feel confident, it's making me feel nervous. I can't tell where a bloody bell ringing's coming from. High road stuff going on here. Because usually the bell ringing woman is somewhere up on high, right? That's not her there, is it? Oh, okay, there's the other hunter. So I guess no, I guess you just have to kill the hunters once. Anyway, I owe this guy a fucking beatdown. What up, dickhead? Cheap bastard!
Ooh, this is the meanest thing I've done all week.
Well, Quasi, thank you for the 500, friend. So cheap! There we go! Eat farts with a spoon. Yes, Amos, hello. Sorry, bear with me a second. Everything happens so much. Everything happens so much. Someone is crying. Oh, there she is. Sup? Bring it. What's that? You rang the bell and no one came. Oh no. It's got Amos sobbing in the other room. Some lady's having a cry in-game. Beefcake monster's mad at me. Getting to be very much information overload here. Please don't eat me! Oh, it wouldn't be a party without big giant what throw stuff. Woo! Okay. Welcome to Bloodborne. Nothing makes sense. And yet everything does. Sorry. 2 bells. I'll give you 2 bells! Alright, so I think we've got to go up that way and just avoid all the wibbly-wobbly, snaky bastards. You're right, love! Let's fucking go! Ah, I'll take your soul! The bell-ringing woman is dead. The bell ringing has stopped. I can finally know peace! Where were we, friends? Yeah, she's just amassing an army to ruin our day. Ringed City style. Alright, so which way do we want to go from here? Do we want to go to Big Rock, or do we want to go to Wet Tentacle Swamp? Because I cannot remember how to fight these big fuckos. I remember that they're not difficult to beat, but they just have a movement pattern that just sucks. You stuck in the swamp, or...? Oh, it's so gross. Oh, it's so gross. Why are we playing this again? Come to Yharnam, they said. See the culture. I hate everything about that. Amos, you're okay, my boy. He's just lying on the couch in his donut, just going, ha. Is it hard being the baby boy? Where's my phone? I'll pop a photo in Discord so you all can see like him staring at me around the corner. I'll throw this into the Discord so you all can see what I'm getting heckled. You're fine, Amos. My boy. Fucking. Oh. But there's some pictures of other people's. Fallen Lena's got their cat, who's trying to fight World of Warcraft characters, and... There we go. Okay. Boosh. Oh, he's just a sad boy. He's just a sad boy. Alright, well, we've cleared out most of the tentacles. I'm pretty sure we have to go both ways in the end, right? Oh, yeah, so with Rock Guy the other way, we have to run past him and then head on up. And I forget what the green thing we're not supposed to step on does. I think that takes us to another area? Fuck. I don't want to go back now that we've dealt with Ring-a-Ding Dingleberry. I'm sorry, big guy. Nothing personal. You're just doing your thing. Honestly, in that fight, I feel like the bad guy. I'm not gonna lie. Red's like, step on it and find out. Amos, you're okay. Ah, boy. Yeah, I just feel kind of bad. Oh, his mate hit me! Okay. It wouldn't be a Soulsian game if there wasn't like a big bloke trying to break my face with a feckin' gigantic rock. Your soul is mine! Okay. It's my favourite part of Blighttown. You take that back! My brother grew up in Blighttown! Nothing wrong with him. That's an actual lie. Yeah, I won't lie, Bacon. It's hard to tell over here. I do not want to go down there just yet. Fucking bless him. I tell you. One of the things that's good about this area is you can come through here later on and kind of like just mop up all of the little like bleps of madness around. Oh. And that blep of madness likes to bite back. Where were we? So we're up and over here. Heading down and through. Amos, you're fine, mate. Alright, I put my hand up. I'm officially lost. I'm gonna take a hands off the controller, talk to your lovely selves, but I am absolutely stinking lost. Because there's the path across the marshes by the wiggly-handed guys that we just killed. Now, I thought this was a dead end leading to items, but this seems to be continuing on. So I'm just very lost. Ubertan's like, I agree with Amos. Do not encourage the boy. He has learned the way of the wind and become too powerful. Okay, so this is where we just were climbing up. So from here, we just want to go across the bridge this way. But, I don't know, bridges in... Amos, you're okay, my boy. Okay, so that's literally back the way we were at. I'm just going to go and give him some pats. See if I can shush him for a second. Amos, you're okay. Everything's okay. You're loved. It's fine. I know it was so hard. No one understands. Now what it is. Very, very, very important. Maybe you're perfect now. Let's see if that helps. The mega whinge. The giga whinge. We can't quite get an angle on Patches there, can we? Oh, I mean, he's a sweet dog. And he's a lovely dag. Just a whingy arse. Okay, so that overlooks the tentacle fields where we need to continue. I'm so sorry, everyone. Amos! Stop, mate! Oh, okay. So this is one of the guys we need to handle. We can do this. Later! Problem? Problem solved. Ooh, the Clockwise Metamorphosis. That's one of my favourite fucking albums. Yeah. All alone in the corner with my donut. Unloved and unwanted. The Ballad of Amos continues. I'm so alone! This way to witness a miracle. No, 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 no. No, 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 no! Fucking Patches, isn't it? Classic fucking Patches. I'm gonna kill him so hard. So hard! Okay, we can do this. Amos, you're okay! Oh, please do not tell me, baby boy, that now you need to pee. After all the times you gave me the fake out. My boy! Okay, okay. Beware the old blood, my lad. I know. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds, my boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Even if you have been ignoring me and winching up storm. Oh, I know. Alright. I've got to hope and pray nothing else comes for us. Okay. You're alright. You're alright. We're back in a second. Welcome to my life. Where were we, friends? Where were we? Alright, so I didn't get poisoned to death, and I didn't get eaten. Oh yeah, and Mateus, I think that's a fascinating little quirk of this, is that, yeah, while you're being poisoned, you can't heal from your usual, like, wanton violence. Alright. Is this where I got thrown in? Like, thankfully, we've got so much in the way of, blood and goodies that we're not doing awfully. Jesus, you guys are fucking horrible. Oh, fuck! Problem is, rock-chucking bastard over there. Okay. Like, he's got my bloody number. And I'm sure I have to go the other way through. So let's go exploring. Beware of madness. I'll try, as it slowly creeps in on what little is left of my sanity. But I seem to at least be a little sturdier at surviving. Miyaki Sakura says those little swimming fellows look an awful lot like cogs. Possibly. Yeah, Kakazi, that's probably it. It's probably just a like enthusiastic endorsement. I mean, thankfully, I've been able to kind of get our stash of blood nicely up into the hundreds, so it's not as bad as it would usually be. What the fuck is that in the distance? I know what this is. Oh, fucking heap of ugly. Oh, guinea pigs, don't you all start as well? Even River's had enough and has come to hide in here. Hello, big girl. How you doing? God, you guys are fucking hideous. Eating through my supplies of drugs. Leaving me very little time. Yes, hello, Amos. You're okay. You're okay. There's no one at the door. There's no one here. It's just us and whatever the fuck is in here. Some kind of glowing bird creature, I guess. Oh, fuck sticks, these guys. Amos, please, dude, stop. You're gonna get us both murdered. It's okay. Yeah, all I can do is rush this guy the feck down. Oh, fucking hell. Fuck! Look at this. Look at this. Look at this little face. And I got River lying behind me, you can just make out, because she's feckin' done with it all. Sorry, friends. I'm going to see if I can get him to use a... I'm seeing if I can get him to pee. Imagine being responsible for all of this all at once. All at the same time. I'm sorry, friends. I don't mean to get frustrated. I haven't had a day off in 1,000 years. As looking after this little bundle of joy is a full-time job unto itself. This year has sucked. Alright. Bear with me just a second, dear friends, and we'll give that another crack. Somehow I've got to try and get back to that hellish little frenzy point. It's 41,000 echoes on the line. Alright, and friends, I'll be back in just a sec. General Kenobi. So unfortunately, friendos, it does look like just the sheer amount of stuff I've got to do is unfortunately pulling me away from this. So I'm going to bring us back to the Hunter's Dream. We've got 41k in Blood Echoes for next week, lurking, waiting for us. And I do apologise that the conversation ended up dropping off a cliff. You know, Amos is a sweet baby boy, and I love him dearly. I just have a lot of stacking stresses atop stresses atop stresses atop stresses, and it is not his fault. You know, we know that he is very much Fiona's little shadow, and when they aren't around, Amos has a very bad time. It's kind of a documented element. It's very hard, friends. You know, I'm trying to keep a household together on a streamer's salary is a challenge. And, you know, at the moment, you know, we have, you know, we're both working, which is great. But it's, at least in the short term, it's creating an undue amount of stress. And there's no break. There's no stop. There's more than any one person can do in a day. And so I can't just, yeah. Ugh. So that's why I've been looking particularly haggard. The heist was good. That got me very focused and very working on things in a very specific manner. But now we're kind of coming to the end of the heist, and it sadly looks like we won't have an opportunity to make a last additional entry. I mean, I'll know in 2 days the status, or in 2 days I'll know the next step. But looking at the numbers, unfortunately, it looks like it's been a... Well, I know we're talking about it like the heist was successful. Mr. Twitch said no. And, you know, that's something to unpack later. I'm definitely planning a big old feck you, Mr. Twitch party as at least a celebration of our achievements as a group. And I apologise, it all kind of stacks in on top. I love playing this game and I love sharing all of this with you. And I get frustrated when everything else gets in the way, you know? So, ending it on a good note. This has been a fucking great day. The game, brilliant. The banter, brilliant. Patches, gonna fucking kill him. It's gonna be great. And we didn't have to fight Rom. And every day we're not fighting Rom is a day I'm happy. Honestly, I might bring everyone together to murder Rom. that might be where I take it. Yeah, next stream, Death to Patches. I honestly thought we were going to spend more time in the Nightmare University, but I guess I just remember it being larger, you know? This has been a wonderful week. Next week is going to be closer to a full set, so the full 5 days. Definitely some Dwarf Fortress. Hopefully some super cool guests coming to join us. And yeah, we've got Dwarf Fortress. We're going to be dabbling into a game called The Strange Lands next week, which is another one of Wajidai's bangers. It's a VO'd point-and-click game that I've been wanting to share with you all since it came out like 2 years ago. Basically because I want to show you all Hobbs Borrow, but I haven't had the chance to yet. And so I kind of want to get through as many of them in semi-close order as I can. And Fearless, I have played Dwarf Fortress before, but I never got very far. Like, you know, learning to play OG Dwarf Fortress is essentially learning another programming language. And the hours in a day problem kind of kicks in there. But it should be fun. And also I'm going to see how the Steam version does dwarf naming. Because we might be able to export the subscriptions list here, potentially as a dwarf list. Because, I mean, friends, even with things being chill, we're at 328 current subscribers. That's a lot of people. Sadly, without spending weeks building every dwarf, it might be tricky. But if I can get it to export, that might be spot on. God, someone's probably going to make a fucking Twitch integration mod at some point. Oh, the Steam version can have names modified after the fact. We love to see it. So, this has been an exceptionally good day, friends, and I hope you've had a good time. I will try and be in Discord later, but that's really dependent on the baby boy. It would be lovely to tick off a few more of the video game movies. Trust me when I say for Hitman Agent 47, you missed nothing. They made it boring. They made it boring. And I have no idea what would be next on the list. But no. All in all, friends, this has been a good week. It's been a lot, and it's still going to be a lot until... I don't know when. But... yeah. I'm still fucking lucky I get to do this, and I'm still fucking happy doing it. You know? If my big frustrations right now is that, you know, this is the closest thing I get to agency as a human, and everything else keeps pushing in on it, you know, at the core, I get to do this for a living, which is fucking amazing. And yeah, if you take anything away from my rantings, I hope it's that. Right. Yeah, and we've got to talk about Final Fantasy Remastered as well. So, on that note, friends, as I hope you're all aware by now, this operation, my dumbass, is entirely supported by you lot. So everything that you all have thrown in throughout the day, bits, donations, subs, the whole shebang, it all goes to just keeping this going and, you know, feeding everything else in this house. So for that, I cannot say thank you enough. Specifically today, I would like to thank the following people: of J-Post, Cerebral, that's Uncle T, of Shackle Deconos and Quasimoto, of Bacon Avenger and Favor 6, Pun Spectre and Compliment Cap, Vanderbeest, Head of House Order, Darthy Soda and Naru Hoodie. No, but seriously, bits help a whole bunch. Thank you to Moose. I don't know if did we see Lizzie today? We definitely, Moose, thank you so much for your help today. It's sincerely appreciated. To Evil Barkus, Neo's the Name, Half Man, Half Fod, and Clog. Thank you all for following. And seriously, I do hope we get to chat and hang out. Now to Mr. Squarepeg, Lance Icarus, Aperios Unlimited, Verdant Flow, Naboo Head, N1 Nah. It's a Ghost Party. Vulture Pony, Eagle Lives, Quincy Bovine, or QB to Friends, because I probably pronounced that incorrectly. Scotty Doggy, Uncle T, Asari Greenfire, and Jarolan, like, thank you for the subs, you feckin' legend. And QB, thank you for the raid. Sincerely. And on the subject of that, let's raid on into one of our friends. Let's make somebody's Saturday night. We have the power. Okay, so friendos, I have 3 choices for you. I'm just making sure these peeps are live, so I'm just bumbling through some terrible Twitch adverts. Oh, and Angel Kalina. I'm glad I could help, and I'm glad you're feeling better, friend. I really am. Okay. So here are the choices that I can offer you, dear friends. So I've got a Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning. I have some art via the medium of sculpting. And I have some Lego Star Wars. That is, Lego being put together of the Star Wars variety, not the video game Lego Star Wars. To Dartastic, it is not. It's just because I'm running it through a capture card and stuff, it looks nice and smooth. But Dartastic will be picking up Bloodborne again probably next Saturday. And I mean, I'm here 5 days a week, so, you know, hello! But what do you all fancy? I've got Kingdoms of Amalur, I've got Arty Farty, and I've got Star Wars Legos. That's more than one Lego. Sorry, we were having a chat yesterday about it's the odd thing that people using the term Legos to refer to Lego bricks, and now it's crept back into my vocabulary like some kind of horrendous bug. Okay. I know it's a change of pace then, but we're going to head on over to my friend Sapience, who's making the Star Wars Lego, making an executive decision. They are a games industry legend, so if you have any thoughts, feels, or questions, if you want to chat about getting into the games industry, if you want to chat about community management stuff, like, this is someone I learned, craft and trade from. So, I'm real happy. If you have another chance to meet him, I'm real happy to introduce you. So, you lovely Mother Hubbards. If I see you on Discord, brilliant. If not, we'll be back on Tuesday. And I think we're starting with the Strange Lands on Tuesday. What the rest of the week's going to look like, I don't know. But you know what? I'm looking forward to it. So, have yourself a cracking rest of your weekend. Yeah, like I said, put us on Discord. Yeah, and I hope you have a good one, friends. I hope you have a good one. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna be looking after the animals now until I die. That is my fate. Oh. Yeah, that's the long and short of it. Have yourselves a great evening, and I'll see you later. I'm still terrible at ending shows. That's a problem that I have. Good night.